Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We're coming to you live because explosions have been reported near Bandar Abbas, which is in southern Iran near the Strait of Hormuz. So we want to get you the latest update on these reported explosions in Iran. Iranian state media is reporting on them. So if you give me a moment here, I will pull up the latest. Sorry, I actually had to race home to get on the air. No, there are no Iran live cams. There are usually never any Iran live cams. I do not have Iran live cams. So let me show you what the latest is being said here. And just give me a moment, please. Again, just getting on the air here. Thanks for your patience. Now, all right, now we need here. Okay, Mayor News, what are they saying? Several explosions. Let me show you this from Mayor News here. Oops. This is Mayor MEHR Iranian state media. They say several explosions heard in Sirik County, Bandar Abbas. According to a Mayor News reporter, the exact nature of these sounds is still unknown, but it appears the sounds are related to conflicts in the water area of Sirik County. No official institution has yet commented on the cause of these sounds. Okay. Now let's see what else we're hearing here. Tasnim, let me remove that. Tasnim News state media says explosions, listen to this, Tasnim News, state media, several explosions heard near Qeshm Island in Bandar Abbas. That's right near where the Strait of Hormuz is. Local sources report hearing several explosions on Qeshm Island and Bandar Abbas. There is still no exact information about the origin of these sounds. Some sources say some of these sounds are related to IRGC naval operations to warn some ships about unauthorized passage through the Strait of Hormuz. However, investigations are continuing to obtain accurate and complete information. Investigations are continuing to determine the exact source of the explosion. So what is going on in Iran? It's interesting. This is different. You know, over the last few weeks during the ceasefire, once in a while you hear reports of explosions, but you usually don't hear state media. State media is reporting about these explosions. Chris F., our viewer, says, "What are the sounds?" All right, give me a moment here. And just so you guys can see here, if we look at marine traffic, ship tracking and marine analytics provider Marine Traffic, marinetraffic.com. This is the Strait of Hormuz. Qeshm Island is right here. This is Qeshm Island. And Bandar Abbas is right here. So we're talking about right in the area of the Strait of Hormuz. And then the other report from Mayor News, give me 1 second here. Hold on. The other report from Mayor News had said that hold on. Mayor News had said Sirik County, Bandar Abbas. I looked up Sirak County. I couldn't find that. But Bandar Abbas is right, you know, right on the coast there. Sirak County seems to be. Oh yeah, Sirak County is the province where Bandar is the province where Bandar Abbas is. Oh, sorry. Now I'm setting off my Siri. I believe that's where it is. Oh no, Bandar Abbas is in Hormozgan province. Sirak County is also in Hormozgan province. So they might not be, I'm a little confused about this. Anyways, let's not worry about Sirak County right now. It's in southern Iran, as you can see from Wikipedia, north of the Strait of Hormuz. All right, hold on a second. Let's see, do I have a new report here from... Hang on. Update, breaking news update from Iranian state media. Check this out. Iranian state media, Fars News claims that commercial parts of the Baman pier were targeted during the exchange of fire between Iranian armed forces with the enemy. Breaking news. Iran state media, Fars. They say commercial parts of the Baman pier were targeted during the exchange of fire between Iranian armed forces and the enemy. So Iranian state media reports exchange of fire between Iran and the enemy. I assume it's the U.S. or Israel. I mean, who else? I would assume a U.S. Who else could it really be? You know what I want to show you also? We're going to show you one other thing here. I'm going to show you one other thing. By the way, I wanted to mention this. Hang on a moment while I pull this up on the screen. Oops. I'll get that back up on the screen for you. But I do want to show you, we do have, for the first time today, for the first time on this channel, I think it's neat, that, if I can get it on the screen for you, we have oil market and stock charts via TradingView, tradingview.com. And this is right now, this is TradingView. And if I can put it on the screen here so you can see it, that would be helpful. This is TradingView, and you can see this is the Brent crude oil. And I'm just looking to see if it's gone up. So it's according to TradingView, Brent crude right now is about 102, and this is 1 day here. And it looks like in the last few minutes it's gone up some, from roughly 101 to 102. So we'll keep an eye on that. Thank you to TradingView, by the way. You can check out TradingView at tradingview.com. Some of our viewers think the enemy might be the UAE. Some of our viewers think that Iran could be fighting against the UAE and that the UAE targeted Iran. That would be new. Okay, so let me just go over this again, what we just heard from Iranian state media. FAR's investigations in Bandar Abbas show that during the exchange of fire between Iranian armed forces and the enemy, commercial parts of the Bahman pier in Qeshm Island was targeted. This would be on Qeshm Island. Give me a moment here. Oops, now here is, hold on a second here. Still seeing that. Let me show you here. We want the, is the Bahman pier there? Bahman? Where is the Bahman pier in Qeshm Island? Does it even come up when I do a search? Some sort of pier in Qeshm Island. Bahman Commercial Pier. It's interesting. Iran had said back about a month ago, I believe, if I have this right, yeah, back at the end of March, Iran had claimed that the Bahman pier on Qeshm Island had been struck, and that was at the end of March. All right, hang on a moment. Just hang on a moment. We're trying to figure out what's going on. Iran said there was fighting with the enemy. Hang on. Update here. This is Iranian state media. Well, hold on a second. You'll see it in a second. This is Iranian state media. Claim of UAE's role in Bahman Qeshm pier explosion we did not attack. The explosion at the Bahman pier in Qeshm tonight was accompanied by numerous reactions in the regional media. An Israeli source emphasized in an interview with I-24 News Israel, Israel has no connection to tonight's events in Iran. In contrast, some other sources, including an Israeli source, have claimed that the UAE fighter jets bombed this pier. A detailed investigation into the dimensions of this incident and verification of claims made are still ongoing. Let me just update the headline. So Iran says pier on Qeshm Island attacked during exchange of fire. Oh, sorry. Enemy attacked pier on Qeshm Island. And again, Qeshm Island is right next to this. I mean, you could say it's in the Strait of Hormuz. So now, regardless of what actually happened, they are claiming it happened. So, you could argue about what actually happened here, but if Iran is claiming that this happened, well, then you think there's going to be some response from Iran. But this is Iranian state media. This is not some independent news outlet. This is Fars News, which is tied to the Revolutionary Guard in Iran. And multiple Iranian media outlets have been reporting these explosions, state media outlets. I should say Iran state media. I'm sorry. That's what I should say in the headline. That's what I should say. Iran state media. Oopsie. Sorry. That's what I should have said. Hang on. And this is, again, Fars News Agency is a news agency that with close ties to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard. So what is going on here? I'm going to put IRGC linked media. Which enemy, says Red Sparrows? I don't know. They haven't said. They said there was an exchange of fire. That's what they said. There was an exchange of fire took place between the Iranian armed forces and the enemy. This comes after multiple reports in multiple Iranian state media outlets of explosions heard in Iran. Press TV, Iran state media says multiple explosions have reportedly been heard near Qeshm Island and Bandar Abbas, according to local sources. Oh, hold on. Breaking news. Breaking news. We have an update from News Update. News Update. We have another report from Tasnim State Media. Tasnim, Iranian state media, says signs of UAE's hostile action at Bahman Pier in Qeshm. Some sources say the sound of several explosions in Bandar Abbas were related to the defense's confrontation with two small aircraft. Some sources also report hostile actions by the UAE government as a tool of the Israeli regime at the Bahman Pier in Qeshm. This has not been officially confirmed or announced. If this is confirmed, the UAE will pay the price for its hostile action. Whoa, 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 whoa. Breaking news. So, Iranian state media, Tasnim, is saying signs of UAE's hostile action at Qeshm Island in Iran. Now, again, regardless of what actually happened, if Iran is claiming that they were attacked by the UAE, well, that could set up Iran attacking the UAE in some sort of new way. So again, there's the question of what actually happened, but beside that, there's the question of what Iran is claiming. Regardless of what actually happened, if Iran is claiming that they were attacked by the UAE, that would suggest they're going to take action against the UAE. So again, the statement here says signs of UAE hostile action at Bahman Pier in Qeshm. Some sources say the sound of several explosions in Bandar Abbas was related to the defense's confrontation with two small aircraft. Some sources also report hostile actions by the UAE government. What happened here? I lost something. Where did the, there we go. Some sources also report hostile actions by the UAE government as a tool of the Israeli regime at the Bahman Pier in Qeshm. This has not yet been officially confirmed or announced. If this is confirmed, the UAE will pay the price for its hostile action. Smokey Bear thinks UAE has been planning this since Iran hit them a few days ago. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if UAE has attacked Iran. I mean, for the UAE to attack Iran during a ceasefire, I'm guessing President Trump would not want the UAE to be attacking Iran during a ceasefire when the U.S. is trying to negotiate a peace deal with Iran. So if it is the UAE, I can't imagine this is something that the U.S. wanted. I don't know that that this happened. I don't know what happened. I mean, if you want to get conspiratorial about it, you could claim it wasn't, that nothing happened and Iran is just creating an excuse to attack the UAE. I'm not saying that's happening. I mean, there's all kinds of hypotheses you could come up with. Hold on a moment here. Just to do it, what I'm going to do is hey, I'm going to pull up here a reminder. This is really neat. We are using today TradingView, tradingview.com to show you what's going on with the markets. And here is the Brent crude price, and that's in the last hour. And the last 24 hours, you can see the current price You can see it up here. Oh no, this is this Brent crude? Yes. I have the Brent crude price and the WTI price. Brent crude is around 101.5. And I don't know if with these reports, I mean, this is all pretty recent here. This is about, that's the last half an hour where it went up then down. Was at about 101 and went up over above 102.5, and then it went back down. So maybe that's because of the report coming in of explosions in Iran. I don't know. That's a 24-hour chart there of Brent crude. You can see starting out 24 hours ago about 101, went down to about 96. Over the last several hours, it's been going up again. So we'll keep an eye on that. You can go check out tradingview.com if you want to check that out. What I need to do here, hang on, is okay. Let's try to get you some more updates here. Hold on a moment. So again, Iran claims that the enemy attacked a pier on Qeshm Island. And they claim that, well, Iranian state media says there was an exchange of fire. And as I mentioned, Tasnim state media says there are signs that the UAE might have done this, claiming that some sources say the sound of several explosions in Bandar Abbas was related to the defense's confrontation with two small aircraft. Some sources also report hostile actions by the UAE government as a tool of the Israeli regime at the Baman pier in Qeshm. Oh, so this is actually two different things. Well, that's Bandar Abbas. So there's the explosions at the pier, but then there's also explosions in Bandar Abbas, which this might be two different things, although they're close to each other. This has not yet been officially confirmed or announced. If this is confirmed, the UAE will pay the price for its hostile action. What is going on here? What is going on? What is going on? Breaking news. Breaking news. I have some breaking news for you. Wow. Breaking news. Mayor State Media Iran says the UAE has now attacked Iran. Breaking news. Wow. Iran state media claims UAE attacked Iran. Breaking news. Breaking news. I don't know if they attacked Iran. That's another. Whether they attacked Iran is a whole different question. It's big news anyway. No matter what actually happened, it's huge news that Iranian state media is claiming that the UAE has attacked Iran. Huge breaking news. Wow. What is Iran going to do, regardless of what actually happened here, which I do not know? Now, I will say this. That it does seem that there were actually explosions, because there were reports coming out of Iran of explosions, not just in Iranian state media. So, for example, Shin, who I follow, had reported. Actually, let me see here. Shin had reported explosions, and I believe Vahid Online. Give me a moment here. I believe Vahid Online, who posts about reports he hears from Iran, had reported. Had posted a bunch of reports from local people of explosions. So, I mean, it's given that there's reports of local people saying they heard explosions, and you have state media talking about explosions. I'm guessing there were really explosions. I'm guessing that did happen. As to whether, and again, these explosions were reported in the area of Bandar Abbas, which is right near the Strait of Hormuz here, and Qeshm Island, which is basically like in the Strait of Hormuz or adjacent to the Strait of Hormuz. So it does sound like those explosions happened, but Iran claims that a pier was hit during an exchange of fire with the enemy, and now Mer News, Iranian state media, has announced that the UAE has attacked Iran. Now, where is this? Hang on a moment here. So if Iran's position is that they were attacked by the UAE, how is Iran going to respond? Let me just do something here to get this on the screen for you. Let me just get this on the screen for you. Hang on. There it is. There is the post from Mer News. The United Arab Emirates has now attacked Iran. Huge news. Oh, breaking news. We have a post from the Iranian, I believe this is from the Iranian military. I believe this is the Iranian military account, Iranian military spokesperson. Let me double check this. So I believe this is the Iranian military spokesperson's account. I cannot confirm that, but let me show you what he said. This is the account right here. It has 140,000 followers and it's following 11 people. So whoever transgresses against you, transgress against him with the like of that with which he transgressed against you. Give me one moment here. Maybe, I'm assuming if he said that, that might end up being confirmed by Iranian state media. I haven't seen Iranian state media announce that statement yet. By the way, Iranian TV is saying, Iranian media is also saying that sounds in the north of Iran were not hostile. We're talking about the south of Iran, but just to let you know, Iranian media, where did they say this? Oh, hold on a second. Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. We have a new update. News update right now. News update. Here's a new report from Iranian state media, Tasnim. Some sources say 2 drones that the Bandar Abbas defenses engaged in combat have been destroyed. This has not yet been officially announced. The sound of the explosion in this port was related to the defense operation. This is different than the explosion that occurred around the Bahman pier in Qeshm. Wow. Whoa. So what they're saying is, they're saying that that some sources claim that 2 drones were destroyed by defenses in Bandar Abbas. Bandar Abbas is up here. And they say this is different from the explosion that occurred around the Qeshm pier. Iranian state media, some reports have said that the enemy attacked a pier in Qeshm Island. Again, Mer News is blaming, Iran's Mer News is blaming the UAE. Suggesting 2 different enemies, says David Keller. I don't know that. I think what they're suggesting is that there were multiple sites of hostilities. both on Qeshm Island and in the area of Bandar Abbas. But again, Mer News Iran says that the UAE has now attacked Iran. Breaking news. We have more breaking news. Um, I don't have a lot of confidence that this is true, but I think it's quite significant that they are posting this now. Iranian state media claims that a military official says following the attack by the U.S. military on an Iranian oil tanker, the enemy units in the Strait of Hormuz came under Iranian missile fire and were forced to flee after suffering damage. Now, I would take with a giant grain of salt their claim that they've done damage to U.S. ships, but they're claiming fighting. So, again, regardless of what actually happened, I have my strong doubts that they actually damaged a U.S. ships, but they are claiming that the U.S. attacked an Iranian tanker and claimed that they fired missiles at U.S. ships. And even if that didn't happen, they're claiming it happened, right? So they're going to act based on what they claim happened, presumably. So now they're claiming Iran, they're claiming that the UAE has attacked them, and they're claiming that the U.S. military attacked an Iranian tanker, and they're claiming that they fired missiles at U.S. ships and damaged them. So this, needless to say, this doesn't seem like great news at the moment for deal negotiations, although who knows? Now, I will say this, I want to go back and look at what we're looking at with the, let's go over to TradingView, tradingview.com. Let's go to the TradingView app and let's look at that just for a second. So looking at, what I need to do is take that off. Now, why do I have, oh, sorry. I see what's happening here. There's too much on the screen. So this is Brent crude, and Brent crude is at 101, around 101. So this is the last hour or so, and what you can see is that around the time these reports started coming out, oil went up from about 101.5 to 102.5. Then it went down, and now it's there. I mean, it really has not gone up that much since these reports came out. Because these reports have only been out, this has all been coming out in the last hour or so. And the last hour is around like this much. So we'll have to see if there's more of a reaction. Over on, this is WTI oil, US crude. WTI, similar, and it really hasn't gone up much in the last hour or so. So we'll see what happens with that. Okay, now Press TV also is reporting. Press TV is Iranian state television. They say some sources have reported that the sound of explosions originated from Qeshm's air defense engaging several drones. Now, this is quite interesting here. Look at this post. Look at this post from, this is ISNA. This is another Iranian state media outlet. ISNA says, news of an airstrike on a pier in Qeshm has not yet been confirmed. So we have some Iranian news state media outlets saying different things. That just got posted right now. Now, Tasnim says this. This is interesting about Sirik, which is a city in southern. This is from Tasnim state media. They say denial of explosion in Sirik in southern Iran. The sound heard in Sirik is related to the IRGC's Navy's warning to some ships for unauthorized passage. So far, no explosion or collision has been reported in Sirik, and that city is in complete security. Sirik is reported located around Strait of Hormuz. So this isn't denying the explosions on Qeshm Island, or I guess Bandar Abbas, heard in Bandar Abbas, from what I can gather. So what is going to happen next? I have no idea. Oh, update from ISNA. ISNA says, that's another Iranian state media, they say birds would be drones, by the way. They say some sources, explosion heard near Qeshm. Some sources said the cause of these sounds was the Qeshm Defense Forces confronting a few small drones. And just to remind you, this interesting report was posted by Iranian Revolutionary Guard affiliated media a few minutes ago. They said, a military official said, following the U.S. military's attack on an Iranian tanker, I'm not sure what they're talking about, they claimed the enemy's attacking units in the Strait of Hormuz came under Iranian missile fire and were forced to flee after suffering damage. I have no idea if any of this happened, but that was Iranian state media, Fars News, Revolutionary Guard affiliated media about 9 minutes ago. Then the one on the bottom is about 20, 30 minutes ago, and that's Mer State News saying the UAE has attacked Iran. Efall, our viewer, says hawks in Iran wanting to restart the war. I don't know what's going on here. Hey, let me just say thanks to our moderators. We have moderating. Ruth is moderating. Thank you so much, Ruth. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Janet is moderating. Thank you. I also want to thank our other moderators, like, excuse me, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and Surly Dev. And our, hang on a moment here. Linda Bell, Larry, Misha moderate for us over on X. Also, our Facebook moderators as well. Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and Surly Dev. I'm hearing two of me. Kay Lowry Body is moderating. Thank you, Kay. I appreciate it. Shannon Davis Hughes as well. Also, hey, thank you to Cruisin' for your support, The Ringa X, Rory McLean, Bob Tav 1, Chris D, Roy Napora, Dave Wilson. Dave thinks the pier is on the eastern side of Qeshm Island. I'll have to try to find it. Thank you, Nashinas, Least Trustworthy Weasel, Martin Ging, that guy from Oregon. Thank you, Janet, and thanks, Janet, for moderating again. I appreciate it. Trucker One Jim, Patricia Grace, Crazy Yoda, Medallion, Zulu Vaughn, Thorn Ravenstar, and also a couple more here. Project Pluto, and JM1, and Batman Never Dies, and Lady Alice Sky. Thank you. And also Sweet Pyro of Cairo, Battle Him Finn on Twitch, Country Gravy on Twitch, Big Dog Gaming, and Lynn Austin. Thanks for your support over on Twitch. And thanks to Kelly Carter for your support as well. Let's try to get you some more updates on this developing situation. What exactly is going on? Oh, hold on. I saw a new post here from the head of the National Security Commission of the Iranian parliament just posted a few minutes ago and said, making the same mistakes again won't get you a different answer, only a stronger one. Respect the new maritime region of Iran. Wow. This is from the head of the National Security Commission of the Iranian parliament. Ibrahim Azizi. Again, he just posted 18 minutes ago, and he said, making the same mistake again and again won't get you a different answer, only a stronger one. Respect the new maritime regime of Iran. I mean, I don't know exactly what he's referring to. Is he referring to the claimed attack by Fars News by the UAE? Or is he referring to the claimed attack by, who posted it? By Fars, where they said a military official said, according to Fars, that the U.S. attacked an Iranian tanker? I don't know exactly what he's referring to, but that's his post. So I don't know where all this is going. But we have been seeing reports of an Iranian state media of enemy attacks, and specifically the claim that the UAE attacked Iran. Oh, hey guys, this is very interesting. Fatux News spotted this. Fatux News spotted something. Hang on a moment here. Can I find the original post here? Hang on, I'm trying to find the original post. One moment. Yes. Okay, I have it here. So, Fatux News found this. Doron Kadosh, who I follow on Telegram, he's an Israeli reporter. He says, Doron Kadosh says, he is with GLZ Radio, Israel Military Radio, that reports on news in Israel. He just posted a short while ago saying that 6 minutes ago, he said, the developments in the Persian Gulf, as I understand it, this is from Israeli reporter Doron Kadosh. Iran recently attacked American missile destroyers in the Strait of Hormuz area as they were making their way out of the strait. The Iranian attack came in response to the fact that a few hours ago in the afternoon, U.S. military forces attacked Iranian tankers as part of enforcing their blockade of Hormuz. Okay, I'm going to read this again. Israeli reporter Doron Kadosh is reporting that Iran recently attacked American missile destroyers in the Strait of Hormuz area as they were making their way out of the strait. The Iranian attack came in response to the fact that a few hours ago in the afternoon, U.S. military forces attacked Iranian tankers as part of enforcing their blockade of Hormuz. So is there a bunch of stuff that's gone on today that we just haven't heard about yet? That the U.S. government hasn't talked about yet? I don't know. Remember, Fars News, Iranian state media Fars News, had said earlier tonight, short while ago, where is it here? Yeah, Iranian Revolutionary Guard affiliated media Fars about 20 minutes ago claimed that the U.S. military attacked an Iranian tanker, and then Iran Iran fired missiles at U.S. ships which were forced to flee after suffering damage. So that's not so different from what Israeli reporter Doron Kadosh said. He said that the U.S. attacked Iranian tankers today, enforcing the blockade, and then Iran fired at U.S. ships as they were leaving the strait. And some of you are saying, I had not heard this. I might have just missed this. Was this an official report today about Israel? I haven't seen an official report today about the U.S. attacking an Iranian tanker. I've seen no official announcement today about that. Let me just check here. Give me one moment. Sorry. Give me one more moment. Someone claimed that Tyler Rogaway pointed about it. Well, I went to Tyler Rogaway's X account and I didn't see anything about it. I went to the War Zone on their site and I don't see anything about it there. Maybe I just missed the reports of it earlier, but I haven't seen it. Oh, by the way, Shin, who I follow, just posted claiming there is anti-aircraft activity reported in northwestern Tehran province. That is from Shin. We'll see if Vahid Online posts anything about that too. Shin is claiming anti-aircraft activity in northwestern Tehran province, Iran. Give me a moment here. I haven't seen Vahid Online post about that yet. Faytux News says that Israel Hayom, which is an Israeli newspaper, is claiming now also that there was an exchange of fire between Iran and the U.S. in the Strait of Hormuz, according to an Israeli source. So, again, so we have a couple things going on right now. Iran state media has claimed the UAE has attacked Iran, but also Iran is claiming that Iran state media has claimed that the U.S. attacked an Iranian tanker or tankers earlier today. I believe they said tankers. Tanker. Fars News said that U.S. military attacked a tanker of Iran and that and then claimed that Iran and Fars News said Iran fired at the U.S. ships and claimed they damaged the U.S. ships. I have no idea if that happened. And multiple Israeli sources are claiming some sort of exchange of fire between Israel and between the U.S. and Iran today in the Strait of Hormuz. No, the stuff you guys, some people are talking about an old report about a tanker. That is from yesterday. That is not about this. That is from the report about the tanker. This one, this is from yesterday. This is not what we're talking about here. The U.S. forces disable vessel in Gulf of Oman attempting to violate blockade. That was 9 a.m. May 6th. Where it says that after the crew failed to comply with warnings, U.S. forces disabled the tanker's rudder by firing several rounds from a plane. That's May 6th. That's the morning of May 6th. That would not be today. So this is not the report. There's reports of something happening today, of the U.S. attacking an Iranian tanker today, one or more, and being fired on by Iran. That is not this. This was yesterday in the morning. Update, Mayor News is also saying missile fired at American ship in Strait of Hormuz. That is Mayor News, Iran. So, boy, we have a lot going on. Iranian media claims UAE attacked Iran, and I don't know if I can get this all in the Iran media says UAE attacked Iran and Iran fired on U.S. ships. I mean, I'm just trying to give you a summary in the headline of stuff we're seeing in Iranian media. There's a lot going on right now. Oh, look, same report from Tasnim. Tasnim State Media, an informed official, Iranian missiles fired at a U.S. ship in the Strait of Hormuz. So multiple Iranian media outlets, state media outlets, are claiming that Iran fired at a U.S. ship in the Strait of Hormuz. Hang on. Where is this? MH. Okay. Hold on a moment here. I have something else to mention to you. Let me just double check this. That's a little confusing. I don't want to mention that post because it's a little confusing. Who is this? Ah, I'm not going to worry about that right now. Sorry, I saw a post, but I can't verify the post, so I don't want to worry about it. I have a report from Vahid Online. So remember, a short while ago, Shin reported that there was anti-aircraft activity in northwest Tehran. Vahid Online is now saying defense activity in West Tehran about half an hour ago. Sound of explosions in western Tehran. Yes, so a number of reports that claim that around. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. These are recent. These are from a couple minutes ago because Iran time is 11:55. Okay, Vahid Online just posted, if I'm reading this right, that there were a number of. If I'm reading this right, that there were recently, in recent minutes, explosions heard west of Tehran. Because the times he's giving are just a few minutes ago for these reports. Shin had reported it 1 minute ago. Yes. Hey guys, there are now multiple reports of explosions in western Tehran. I don't know of anti-aircraft fire. I don't know if these are what to make of these, but multiple reports of explosions, possible AA activity in western Tehran. Screenshot via Vahid Online. So again, in the last few minutes, multiple reports from both Shin and Vahid Online of western Tehran explosions, possible anti-aircraft air defense activity. Just seeing that now. Yeah, again, just to this is unconfirmed. Quick thanks to Mitchell Pilot, Mitchell Pilot does not want Trump to downplay this. Thank you, Mitchell Pilot. Thanks, Sabra and N Nanukul. Thank you also, X Tofra. Thank you, X Tofra. Katie Kubiak, thank you for the memberships. Lady Alice Sky, thank you. Cruisin, thank you. The Ring of X, thank you. Bringing you the latest updates here. I have no idea if there is anti-aircraft activity going on in the last few minutes in Western Tehran, but I've seen multiple reports online about it. Tux News just posted about the same thing. Shin again posted another report of more anti-aircraft fire reportedly in Western Tehran. I'm seeing multiple reports the last few minutes of anti-aircraft fire in Western Tehran. That would be in the northern part of Iran. See, it says Tehran up here. That would be in the northern part of Iran. Breaking news confirmed by Iranian state media. Breaking news confirmed by Iranian state media. Air defense in west of Tehran. There it is. Confirmed by Iranian state media. Now, I shouldn't say confirmed in the sense of, ooh, hold on a second. Now this moved. Now I have to move this. Hold on, I'll get that back up on the screen. My point about confirmed is they a lot of times they will not mention these kind of reports. So my guess is that this is actually happening because a lot of times when you hear reports online of air defense, you don't actually hear state media talk about it. But they are talking about it now. Oh, it keeps going away. There we go. Hold on a second. I'm sorry. It's all messed up here. Everything's all messed up. Sorry, let me just get it on the screen for you again. Let me get it on the screen for you again. Again, Mehr News, Iranian state media, air defense activated in west of Tehran. Move again? Keep posting stuff. They keep posting and it keeps... All right, let me try to find more updates here. Breaking update from Iranian state media. Continuous defensive firing in West Tehran. Breaking news. firing for several minutes. Continuous defensive firing in West Tehran. It says 11 minutes ago, after two terrifying sounds, continuous defensive gunfire was heard in western Tehran for several minutes. So why is this happening? Why is this happening? I have no idea. We have an update from Mehr News, Iranian state media, who says, news update. Iranian state media Mehr says, Mehr's account of scattered attacks on the coast of Hormozagan, which is in southern Iran near the Strait of Hormuz. Continuing the scattered attacks on locations on the coast of Hormozagan on Thursday evening, areas in Hormozagan province were targeted by hostile actions, with Qeshm rural district north of Bandar Abbas being one of those locations. Mehr reporters' follow-up indicates that explosions have also been reported in Bandar Kamir city. Several explosions have also been heard in Sirik County, but so far no news has been transmitted of a hit in this county, and follow-up indicates that sounds heard in Sirik County are related to the exchange of fire in the Strait of Hormuz and warning shots fired by the Army and IRGC naval forces. On Qeshm Island, scattered hits were also reported in the area of Baman Pier in Qeshm. So Iran is claiming, Iran Mehr News is saying that all these different things happened. No, I have no updates from the U.S. There's no official statement I have seen from the U.S. or Israel. I haven't even really seen reports from U.S. media about this. I have not. I mean, I've seen a couple of reports in Israeli media claiming that that the U.S. attacked an Iranian tanker and then Iran fired at a U.S. ship or ships. I've seen a couple of reports in Israeli media about that, but very little about all this stuff. Nothing from the U.S. government. I've seen very little in American media. Give me a moment here. Oh, breaking news. Breaking news. Jennifer Griffin, thanks to one of the viewers for mentioning it. Breaking news. Big breaking news. Jennifer Griffin of Fox News reports the U.S. military just carried out strikes on Iran's Qeshm port and Bandar Abbas. Senior U.S. official tells me, but this is not a restarting of the war. Oh my gosh. Jennifer Griffin from Fox News reports, U.S. military just carried out strikes on Iran's Qeshm port in Bandar Abbas. Senior U.S. official tells me, but this is not a restarting of the war. Wow. So Fox News is reporting U.S. attacked Iran's Qeshm port and Bandar Abbas. Breaking news. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What is happening? Again, Jennifer Griffin of Fox News reports the U.S. military just carried out strikes on Iran's Qeshm port and Bandar Abbas. Senior U.S. official tells me, but this is not a restarting of the war. Now, we'll see if President Trump posts something about this. Huge news, huge breaking news. Again, Bandar Abbas, which is here, and Qeshm Island, which is here, which are, right near the Strait of Hormuz, or right next to the Strait of Hormuz. Bandar Abbas and Qeshm Island. Let's look at the oil price right now, just to do it. Looks like oil's going up a bit. Let me show you here. Here is Trading View. You can go to tradingview.com and see TradingView. This is Brent crude oil, and you can see this is 24 hours. In the last few minutes, it has gone up some. I'm seeing it's about 102.6. And it was just in the last few minutes, it's gone up from 101.5 to 102.6, but now it's coming down a bit. So, anyways, we'll keep an eye on that. It started the day about 101 or 102. This is a 24-hour chart there. So we'll keep an eye on that. So again, Fox News reporting the U.S. has carried out strikes in Iran. So guys, I don't know if this account... Hold on. Let me show you something. This account appears to be the Iranian military spokesperson. I don't know if it is. I mean, it's followed by 140,000 people, and it's only following 11 people, okay? And hold on a moment here. Yeah, and some people I follow who are people who know what they're doing, or some journalists who would know things, who would know about these things, are following the account. So if you look, it just said, the sky you have reveled in will be the source of your doom. So on this account, which may belong to the Iranian military spokesperson, you can see it says, the sky you have reveled in will be the source of your doom. The reckoning will be difficult and actions will precede words. I don't know what Sindaman is. You have exceeded your bounds, so await a hell for which you have made no reckoning. So whoever transgresses against you, transgress against him with the like of that with which he transgressed against you. I don't know for sure whether that's legit. It appears to me it very well might be a legit account, but I don't want to. Oh, hold on a second here. I don't want to say it's definite because I don't know. Again, just to repeat, Fox News, we'll see if anybody else reports this. I'm sure somebody will. Jennifer Griffin of Fox News says that a senior U.S. official tells her the U.S. military just carried out strikes on Iran's Qeshm port and Bandar Abbas, but this is not a restarting of the war. Oh, breaking news. New explosion in Bandar Abbas. New explosion in Bandar Abbas, according to Iranian state media. Explosion heard again in Bandar Abbas. Breaking news. They just posted that on Mer News. Sorry, you can't see it at the moment. But Mer News Iran says new explosion heard in Bandar Abbas. They just posted that 1 minute ago. Iranian state media is now reporting that Fox News reports that U.S. carried out attacks on Iran. So you can say this is Iranian, this is IRGC affiliated Fars media. Fox News reported that the U.S. military carried out attacks on the ports of Qeshm and Bandar Abbas, but emphasized that these attacks did not mean the restart of the war. Wow. What will happen next? Update. Jennifer Griffin of Fox News reports Jennifer Griffin of Fox News reports, a senior U.S. official tells me, she says, that it was a U.S. military strike on Iran's Qeshm port and Bandar Abbas moments ago, but this is not a restarting of the war or end to the ceasefire. The strike on one of Iran's oil ports comes 2 days after Iran fired 15 ballistic and cruise missiles at UAE Fujairah port, eliciting anger from Gulf countries after top Pentagon leaders said Tuesday that the Iranian strikes did not rise to the levels of breaking the ceasefire, calling it low-level attacks that didn't rise to that level. President Trump abruptly called off Project Freedom to open the Strait of Hormuz and guide ships through the strait after announcing the start of the military operation on Sunday. A senior U.S. official confirms to me, Wall Street Journal reporting from today, that the Saudis and Kuwaitis abruptly halted permission for the U.S. to use its bases and airspace for Project Freedom, a decision that this official said has been reversed. Saudi officials were reportedly angry at the Pentagon downplaying the Iranian strikes on Monday. So if I'm understanding this right, Jennifer Griffin appears to be reporting that this is the U.S. responding militarily to Iran's firing missiles and drones at the UAE 2 days ago because the Gulf countries were mad that Trump and the Trump administration downplayed that a couple days ago. That's what she appears to be saying. And again, Fox now is also reporting what the Wall Street Journal reported, and NBC reported something similar, that the Saudis and Kuwaitis abruptly halted permission for the U.S. to use their bases and airspace for Project Freedom after Iran launched attacks on the UAE, but reportedly this decision has been reversed. So maybe Project Freedom will start up again. Still no official statement from the U.S. military about this. Great reporting from Jennifer Griffin. New anti-aircraft activity in western Tehran, according to Shin. I don't know what's going on there. We keep hearing about anti-aircraft activity in western Tehran, including from state media. Update from Iranian state media Tasnim. Iranian state media Tasnim says 3 American destroyers were attacked by Iranian Navy near the Strait of Hormuz. They are fleeing towards the Sea of Oman. The attack on hostile American destroyers was carried out using missiles and suicide drones. So, Iranian state media, Tasnim, is now saying Iran attacked 3 U.S. destroyers with missiles and suicide drones. And the destroyers are fleeing. Obviously, this is unconfirmed. But at a certain point, again, whether or not this actually happened, Iran is saying it happened, which I would think doesn't bode well necessarily for peace talks. Let me show you what's going on with the oil market. Let's take a look at the oil market right now. I'm going to show you Brent crude on TradingView, tradingview.com. So that is the Brent crude market. It is what you can see here on the right, which is the end, it's a 24-hour chart. On the right, we're up to about 102.85. About 102.85 now, getting into the high 102s. It started the day around 101.5. It had gone down in the middle of the day to about 96 or so. And now we're back up. We're getting close to 103 there with Brent crude. Hang on a moment. Breaking news, Barack Ravid is also reporting what Fox News said. Barack Ravid of Axios says, a U.S. official says the U.S. military conducted strikes on Thursday on Iranian targets in the Strait of Hormuz area. The U.S. official said the strikes do not constitute a resumption of the war in Iran. Give me a moment here. So multiple outlets reporting that now. Breaking update. Oh no, this is not a new update. Reuters says that the Pentagon did not respond to a request for comment that on Iran claiming that it attacked U.S. ships in the Strait of Hormuz with missiles and drones. So it's not just Fox News. Reports. I'm going to leave Fox News up there, but now we're having Fox News, and Axios is reporting something similar. Again, Tasnim, Iranian state media, claims that Iran fired missiles and drones at 3 U.S. ships. Now, I don't know why they're saying this. Fars News claims that Arab sources report an explosion was heard in Abu Dhabi. But I have not yet heard that myself. Tasnim is claiming that some American destroyers were damaged by Iranian naval attack. Hang on a moment here. So I don't know if this is true. I would certainly take this with a big grain of salt. Iran state media Tasnim they claim some American destroyers were damaged by Iranian naval attack. I am hearing a couple things here. So I don't know why Iranian state media is claiming that an explosion was heard in Abu Dhabi, but I haven't heard that anywhere else besides Iranian state media. So let me check on that. Also, Mer News Iran said an explosion was heard in Minab. Minab, Iran is Minab is up here. It's near the I don't know if I can find it here. Where is it here? Minab, right there. See, it says Minab? Minab, right there. So Mer News is claiming that an explosion was heard in Minab. They posted that about 10 minutes ago. Now, I haven't heard anything about Abu Dhabi. But Iranian state media claims that an explosion was heard in Abu Dhabi. In the UAE. Hang on. Multiple Iranian state media accounts, outlets, claiming an explosion was heard in Abu Dhabi, UAE. Again, I haven't heard anything else about this. Update. Geez, hold on a moment here. Tasnim reports Iranian naval attacks on U.S. destroyers in the Sea of Oman continue. Tonight's events began with the U.S. terrorist army attacking an Iranian tanker, and then U.S. military vessels were targeted by missile and drone attacks by the Iranian Navy. What is going on? We really are not hearing anything officially from the U.S. government about what's happening. When will we hear from the Trump administration? Hold on, let me fix that here. Is there hostilities going on right this second? I have no idea. Let's look. Hold on a second. I want to show you here. Oops. Oil is going up. Oil is going up. Hold on. Let's go over to TradingView, tradingview.com. Here is oil for... Oh, I got to do it this way. There is today's oil price, 24 hours. You can see we're at the high for the day on Brent crude. Brent crude has jumped up to over 103. In the last, I'm looking at in the last hour, we have had Brent go from about 100 to 103. When will we hear from President Trump on Truth Social? Oh, breaking news, update from Mayor News. Update from Mayor News, news update. I mean, with the amount Iran is posting about this in social media, it really seems like something significant has happened. Oh, Iranian military. The aggressive terrorist and bandit American army violated the ceasefire by targeting an Iranian oil tanker moving from Iranian coastal waters in the Jask region toward the Strait of Hormuz, as well as another ship entering the Strait of Hormuz opposite the port of Fujairah in the UAE. At the same time, they carried out aerial attacks on civilian areas on the coasts of various places in Iran, Qamir Port, Sirik, and Qeshm Island, in cooperation with some countries in the region. The armed forces of Iran immediately retaliated by attacking U.S. military vessels east of the Strait of Hormuz and south of Chabahar port, causing significant damage to them. The criminal aggressor America and the countries that support it should know that the Islamic Republic of Iran, as powerful as in the past, will give a crushing response to any aggression, and aggression without the slightest hesitation. This is from Iranian military. This is the Iranian military statement. Let's read that again. This is a statement from the Iranian military. That's what Central Headquarters of the Seal of the Prophets is. They say the aggressive and terrorist and bandit American army violated the ceasefire by targeting an Iranian tanker moving from Iranian coastal waters in the Jask region toward the Strait of Hormuz, as well as another ship entering the Strait of Hormuz opposite the port of Fujairah in the UAE. At the same time, the U.S. carried out aerial attacks on civilian areas on the coasts of Qamir Port, Sirik, and Qeshm Island in cooperation with some countries in the region. I don't know who the other countries they're alleging were. The armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran immediately retaliated by attacking U.S. military vessels east of the Strait of Hormuz and south of Chabahar port, causing significant damage to them. No word on that from the U.S. The criminal and aggressor, America, and the countries that support it should know that the Islamic Republic of Iran, as powerful as in the past, will give a crushing response to any aggression, and aggression without the slightest hesitation. Wow. There's no independent reporting and no reporting from the U.S. that any U.S. ships have been damaged, by the way. Iran is really leaning into this. They keep reporting in Iranian state media claiming that U.S. ships have been damaged. They also said, the Iranian military, that the U.S. violated the ceasefire. What are we going to hear about next? When are we going to hear some kind of official statement from the U.S. and the U.S. military? Is Trump going to post? Is CENTCOM going to post? What is going to happen? Thank you, by the way, to Leslie Phelps. Thank you, Leslie Phelps. I appreciate it. And also thank you to Mitchell Pilot and Sriracha and Heliodorus, Run DMT, Captain Canada, Firestar the, Snoopy Frog, The Pizza of Rhodes, Seize the Days, Janet, Lorna Landgren, Campa Palau, Cinnamon Roll, Reader, thank you. And also, thanks to, sorry, give me a moment here. Jan Joel on Twitch, Who Shot JR, Fredericus Rex, Peter John, Yeti Spaghetti, Jack Overson, Cheese US Rice, Sweet Pyro of Cairo, Battle Hymn Finn, Country Gravy, and Big Dog Gaming. Thanks for your support over on Twitch as we bring you the latest updates. When are we going to hear something from the U.S. official about all of this? Nothing so far from the U.S. Update. Breaking news. Breaking news. Iranian state media claims that the U.S. has attacked, or the U.S., Israel and the U.S. attack Manab city in southern Iran. That is a new post from Mer News, Iran state media. The American Zionist enemy attacked Manab city. Special governor of Manab at 12:10 a.m., about a half an hour ago, the evil, usurping, and child-killing Zionist regime in criminal America attacked one of the naval bases in Manab city. There were no martyrs or injured in the attack. Also, they're saying air defense reactivation in western areas of Tehran. Oh my gosh. Wow. All right, hold on a second here. Hang on. So, Iran state media mayor, the U.S. and or Israel attacked a naval base in Manab, southern Iran, roughly 30 minutes ago. And then they're reporting air defense reactivation again. Air defense reactivation in western areas of Tehran. Just in. All right, give me a moment here. We keep hearing from Iranian media that there's air defense activity in western Tehran. I don't know what to make of that. It's very interesting that we have not heard anything, not a peep officially from the U.S. government. Not a peep. Nothing from Trump, nothing from the Trump administration, nothing from the U.S. military. So again, a number of reports in Iranian media claiming explosions in Dubai. And I have not heard that anywhere else besides Iranian military yet. Oh no, Dubai and Abu Dhabi. Dubai and Abu Dhabi. In the UAE. But again, we're hearing, Manab is right here, by the way. See that says Manab right there? So Iran is claiming that in addition, that several areas in Iran have been attacked tonight by the U.S. Just trying to keep up here. Again, Jennifer Griffin says, I think she reposted her post, but Jennifer Griffin of Fox News said that a senior U.S. official told her that the U.S. military struck Qeshm port in Bandar Abbas tonight, but this is not a restarting of the war or end to the ceasefire. She says the strike on one of Iran's oil ports comes 2 days after Iran fired 15 ballistic and cruise missiles at the UAE Fujairah port, eliciting anger from Gulf countries after top Pentagon leaders said Tuesday that the Iranian strikes did not rise to the level of breaking the ceasefire, calling it low-level attacks that didn't rise to that level. President Trump abruptly called off Project Freedom to open the Strait of Hormuz and guide ships through the strait after announcing the start of the military operation on Sunday. NBC News, she says, was the first to report that Saudi Arabia had blocked airspace usage for Project Freedom, leading to President Trump's reversal on Project Freedom. A senior U.S. official confirms to me, the Wall Street Journal reporting from today, that the Saudis and the Kuwaitis reversed course after abruptly halting permission for the U.S. to use its bases and airspace for Project Freedom. A decision this official confirmed has now been reversed. Saudi officials reportedly were angry at the Pentagon, downplaying the Iranian strikes on the UAE on Monday. Shin reports aerial activity in Shiraz, Fars province. That's according to Shin, who I follow, in Iran. Okay. By the way, Israeli reporter Daphne Leal, who I follow, she says, oh, she's saying what the order. This isn't from her. She's talking about reports, so I don't want to even mention it because it's just she's not doing anything wrong, but she's repeating other reports, so it doesn't sound like she's reporting anything different than what we've heard so far. So just to keep things clear, I want to just keep the focus on new reports. So I'll keep an eye on her. And just in case you missed it, here is what the Iranian military said about 15 minutes ago. Ooh, that wasn't good. Let's try this again. Here is what the Iranian military said about... Oops, hold on a second here. Hold on. Now Iranian state media is reposting Jennifer Griffin's post. Iranian state media said that the aggressive terrorists and bandit American army violating the ceasefire targeted an Iranian tanker that was moving from Iranian coastal waters in the Jas region toward the Strait of Hormuz. Another ship entering the Strait of Hormuz opposite the port of Fujairah in the UAE was attacked by the U.S. as well. At the same time, American forces, in cooperation with some countries in the region, carried out airstrikes on civilian areas on the coast of Bandar, Sirik, and Qeshm Island. The armed forces of Iran immediately retaliated by attacking U.S. military vessels east of the Strait of Hormuz and south of Chabahar port, causing significant damage to them. I can't confirm any of this. The criminal and aggressor, America, and the countries that support it should know that the Islamic Republic of Iran, as in the past, without the slightest hesitation, will give a crushing response to any aggression. Okay. Hang on a moment here. Give me a moment here. Let's get you more updates here. Give me a moment here. Another update here from Iranian state media. They claim, Mehr News, Couple things. They say reporter in Hormozagan province, southern Iran, following the recent attacks on the beaches of ports in the province, we have not yet received any reports of people being killed. Also, the area around Tahrir pier in Sirik in Iran has been attacked by the enemy. While some channels claim multiple explosions in the city of Sirik, follow-up shows many of the sounds heard before 11:30 p.m., which would have been about an hour and a half ago, were related to the Iranian Navy confronting the military vessels of the terrorist U.S. Army. However, an explosion was also reported an hour ago near the Tahrir Sirik pier. We are still waiting to hear something from the Trump administration or Trump or the U.S. military. Nothing heard yet. Oil, if you are wondering, is right now, Brent crude oil is at about 103.5. That's from TradingView, tradingview.com. You can check them out. That is 24 hours. You can see that in the last couple hours or so, last 90 minutes or so, it has risen from about 100 to 103, or 100 and a half to 103 and a half. That's Brent crude. Is it true? I mean, Iran has often during the war regularly claimed damage to U.S. ships or damage to U.S. military forces. They've regularly made claims that turned out false. Is there any chance that they actually did damage any U.S. ships? I don't know. I have a statement from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Navy that was just posted by Iranian state media. Iranian Navy says, following the violation of the ceasefire and the aggression of the U.S. terrorist army on an Iranian tanker near the port of Jask and the approach of the U.S. terrorist army destroyers to the Strait of Hormuz, a very large-scale and precise combined operation was carried out using a variety of ballistic and anti-ship cruise missiles and destructive drones with high-explosive warheads, and the U.S. terrorist army opened fire on the enemy destroyers. That seems like a little bit of weird language there. Intelligence observations indicate significant damage to the American enemy, and the 3 invading enemy ships quickly fled the Strait of Hormuz. We've seen this report numerous times tonight from Iranian state media, claiming that Iran has attacked several U.S. ships and that they've sustained damage. Iranian state media is widely reporting this statement by the Iranian Navy. All right, so we're waiting to get more information in. Again, Iran is claiming that it has fired on U.S. ships and has damaged them. I cannot confirm those claims. I need about 1 minute. I need about 1 minute here. So if you can hang on a second here, I'm going to put on the screen. Give me about 1 minute. We're going to bring you more live coverage and updates. Just hang on a minute. I'm coming right back. Okay, thank you for your patience. We are back bringing you the latest updates on this developing situation. Again, Fox News and Axios are reporting that the U.S. has carried out strikes on Iran tonight. Iran is reporting this as well, and also Iran is claiming that Iran has fired missiles and drones at U.S. ships. Iran is claiming it has damaged one or more U.S. ships. We don't know if that is true. And we are bringing you live breaking news updates on the situation. No official comment from the U.S. at this point. Haven't heard from President Trump. I'll keep checking. I would certainly think we're going to hear something from President Trump soon, and the U.S. military. No, he has not posted about this. Oh, hold on a second. I just saw, hold on. Sorry, you're hearing a little something outside. Breaking news from CBS News. CBS News reports that 2 U.S. Navy destroyers came under renewed attack in the Strait of Hormuz on Thursday, enduring what American officials described as a fiercer and more sustained Iranian assault than the barrage they faced only days earlier. This is from Jim Laporta, CBS News. 2 destroyers, the USS Truxtun and Mason, came under an intense Iranian assault as swarms of Iranian fast attack boats maneuvered close enough that American warships opened fire to keep them at bay. Over several hours, the American warships and supporting aircraft mounted a layered defense, says CBS News. Iranian forces launched drones and missiles. As of publication, no casualties or damage to the ships were reported. Wow. In the Strait of Hormuz. This is a new report from CBS News. So let me say this again. CBS News is reporting that 2 U.S. destroyers in the Strait of Hormuz today came under an Iranian attack. They say it was an intense Iranian assault, CBS News. They say swarms of Iranian fast attack boats maneuvered close enough that American warships opened fire to keep them at bay. They said over several hours, the American warships and supporting aircraft mounted a layered defense. They say Iranian forces also launched drones and missiles. They say no casualties or damage to the ships was reported as of now. Oh, Central Command, hold on. We have a new report from CENTCOM. New report from CENTCOM. Right now. Breaking news. New statement from the U.S. military. Here it is. Here's their new statement, U.S. military. Breaking news. CENTCOM protects U.S. warships transiting Strait of Hormuz. U.S. forces intercepted unprovoked Iranian attacks and responded with self-defense strikes as U.S. Navy guided missiles destroyers transited the Strait of Hormuz today, to the Gulf of Oman today. Iranian forces launched multiple missiles, drones, and small boats as USS Truxtun, USS Rafael Peralta, and USS Mason transited the International Sea Passage. No U.S. assets were struck. U.S. Central Command eliminated inbound threats and targeted Iranian military facilities responsible for attacking U.S. forces, including missile and drone launch sites, command and control locations, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance nodes. CENTCOM does not seek escalation, but remains positioned and ready to protect American forces. Wow. Sorry, I got to just get the headline fixed on this. Wow, wow, guys, breaking news. U.S. says it launched strikes on Iran after Iran attacked U.S. ships. Big news. Let's read this again. CENTCOM protects U.S. warships transiting Strait of Hormuz. U.S. forces intercepted unprovoked Iranian attacks and responded with self-defense strikes, as calling them self-defense strikes, as U.S. Navy guided missile destroyers transited the Strait of Hormuz to the Gulf of Oman May 7th, today. Iranian forces launched multiple missiles, drones, and small boats as 3 U.S. destroyers transited the international sea passage. No U.S. assets were struck, they say. U.S. Central Command eliminated inbound threats and targeted Iranian military facilities responsible for attacking U.S. forces, including missile and drone launch sites, command and control locations, and intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance nodes. CENTCOM does not seek escalation, but remains positioned and ready to protect American forces. Wow. Hold on a second. Big developments. Give me one moment here. Give me one moment here. Get that back up on the screen for you. I need a quick moment to pull up this again. Why is it not there? All right, hold on. I'm putting this back on the screen, what we just read. There it is. There it is. Hey, a quick thank you, by the way, really quick. I want to thank Lethal Old Farts, Cecilia Joe, Chris the Toffee, Aaron S., Kerry Poteet, Dodger Blue to You, Wabi Sabi, HLV8, Brian Beelman, Snoopy Frog, Latte Lynn, Basketball S, Kerry Poteet, W9BBW, Goxbirds, Mitchell Pilot. Thank you. Also, I want to thank quickly here. Hold on. Kiwi Polson on Twitch, Voles Elzar, Oxytropus, Yeti Spaghetti, Jan Joel, Whoshot JR, and shout out to our moderators over on Twitch. I Got That Fire, LB Periodon, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and Surly Dev, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha, moderate for us over on X. Thank you to our Facebook moderators as well, Kay Lowry Body moderating over there, who else am I missing? Andrea Holder is over there moderating, and anybody else. Shannon Davis Hughes, thanks for moderating there. And also thank you to Ruth for moderating on YouTube. Thank you so much. We're bringing you live breaking news coverage. Wow. U.S. says it launches strikes on Iran after Iran attacks U.S. ships. Look at this. Wow. I wonder when President Trump is going to post about this. We'll see. Give me one moment here. Let me do this. Oopsie. Let's try to get some more updates. And how is Iran going to respond? Now, Iran had claimed that it had damaged U.S. ships. The U.S. is saying no damage. But new fighting between both sides say that what we do know is both sides say that there was new fighting between between the U.S. and Iran in the Strait of Hormuz. Give me a moment here. Give me a moment. One moment. By the way, multiple reports say that the Court of International Trade has ruled that President Trump's 10% tariffs on all imports that he imposed after the Supreme Court said most of his previous tariffs were unlawful. The Court of International Trade has ruled that those tariffs are illegal, the 10% replacement tariffs. And it is expected Trump will appeal to the Supreme Court. Right here, look. U.S. Trade Court rules against Trump's 10% global tariffs. The U.S. Trade Court on Thursday ruled against President Trump's latest 10% global tariffs, finding across-the-board tariffs were not justified under the 1970s trade law. Okay, so I'm not going to get into that right now, but I just want to let you know that's happening. Now, technically, there's still a ceasefire going on, right? Is there still a ceasefire? We have both Iran and the U.S. say that they exchanged fire today and that the U.S. that Iran and both Iran and the U.S. say that Iran fired missiles and drones and at U.S. ships, and also that the U.S. attacked multiple locations in Iran. And what's going to happen with and now, so what does this say about if president, there was reporting today that claimed, I saw a report from Dave Brown today. Was it at the Wall Street Journal? I'll have to look at the Wall Street Journal report. But hang on. Yeah, Dave Brown from the Wall Street Journal said the Trump administration is looking to restart Project Freedom. And that's where, sending ships, trying to get ships through the Strait of Hormuz and open up the Strait of Hormuz. I don't know that commercial ships are going to want to go through the Strait of Hormuz when you have U.S. destroyers getting attacked when they're going through the Strait of Hormuz. Yeah, the Wall Street Journal said that the Trump administration is looking to restart the Project Freedom. And remember, CBS News reported that the Iranian attacks on the U.S. ships went on for hours. CBS News said that this was a fiercer and more sustained assault than attacks on two of the warships days earlier. And the CBS News said the three destroyers were attacked by missiles, drones, and small boats. Well, that's what and that was confirmed by the military. And CBS News said swarms of Iranian fast attack boats maneuvered close enough that American warships opened fire to keep them at bay. And that for several hours, American warships and supporting aircraft mounted a layered defense. And the U.S. military says no damage to the ships or casualties. NBC News also reporting now that it's a similar statement that a U.S. official has given to other outlets, saying that the new U.S. strikes on Iran were defensive and do not constitute a resumption of major combat operations against Iran. Yeah, I know thanks for letting me know. I know there's an issue with the Agenda Free TV homepage on YouTube where if you go to the Agenda Free TV homepage, it's normally the broadcast would show for whatever. I asked YouTube about it and they're looking into it. So I know it's not there. If you search on YouTube, the broadcast will come up, but I am aware that there's an issue with the homepage of the channel and that's being looked into, that it's not listed there. Oh, also, Tux News pointed out that Tux News pointed out that, where is it here? That Israeli reporters, Israel's Doron Kadosh, reporter Doron Kadosh, says Israel estimates that the exchange of blows has ended, and says an Israeli source said both sides were careful to keep the incident limited and with little friction. That's different than what CBS News said. CBS News says it was an hours-long intense attack. So I don't know. When will we hear from President Trump? Surely President Trump will post on Truth Social about this soon. We have not heard anything from President Trump. Sketty Sandwich says, I'm sure he has something to say. Let's look at the oil market again. Hey, TradingView, this is from tradingview.com. That is Brent crude right there. It is currently at about 103.3. In the last couple hours, it went up from about 100 to 103, roughly speaking. You can see over on the right side there. Let me, I'll just show you. This is, that's not good. This is 3 months. Okay, that's a 3-month. That's a 3-month chart. Okay, let's just look at this. So this is the start of the war right here. That's Brent crude. That's the start of the war right here, and that's about, about 70 or so. And then it went way up, getting close to 120 or so. I think this might have been the day. Was this when President Trump had announced? I can't remember. One of these drops is when President Trump announced that Iran had agreed to a bunch of stuff. But I can't remember that. Anyways, there have been several steep drops, and then it climbs up again. And then you can see right now we're at about 103.5 over there. That is the 3-month chart. And it had gotten up to about 115 or so, and then a couple days ago, President Trump said that they were close to an agreement, and he was pausing Project Freedom after one day, and then it dropped down. Also, for if you're interested, so here's the 1-day chart. Oops, I got to actually make the scale a little different now. That's the 1-day chart. And then if you're wondering here, this is U.S. crude, U.S. WTI crude oil. This is today. And let me do this here. So this is WTI crude, and it had started the day about 96. It had gotten down to about 90 about 10 hours ago or so, if I'm reading that right. And then it started creeping up, and then now it's at about 97.65. And just to show you the 3-month chart, this is probably going to be similar to the other chart. This is WTI US crude. You can see when the war started, it was around 65. It got all the way up to, this says 116 or so, then went down. It's been up and down a bit, and now it's at about 97.65 or so. Now, some of our viewers, why is somebody saying futures opening soon? Do you mean stock market futures? Aren't those just open? Or I also don't know, by the way, there's also, I'm not sure of it. I believe with these different futures markets, they might take an hour or two during the day, maybe around now, and they stop. So, 1 minute for what? Stock futures? 1 minute for crude. They might have been closed for an hour. But I don't even know if both markets, Brent and WTI, closed at the same time. A number of our viewers are saying that soon that the futures have been closed for an hour, and that well, this one has been going up and down here. Anyways, we'll see. I'll keep you an eye. Brent, Easy Peasy says Brent is different times. That's Brent. So they might be different on different times. I don't know. We'll keep an eye on both of these. When you say it just opened, do you mean, well, we'll look at both of these here. That is, that's Brent, and that's WTI. Let me see something here. Yeah, I'm looking at another site right now. I'm seeing the same prices. I looked at two other sites and I'm seeing the same prices as on here for Brent and WTI. Oh, I'm sorry. Now Doodle says it's delayed. Trading View is delayed a few minutes. It might be. I'm not sure. I'll keep an eye on it. We'll go back in a few minutes. We'll go back in a few minutes. HFX thinks it's delayed 10 to 15 minutes. We'll keep an eye on it. I'll go back in a few minutes and we'll check on it. Thanks so much to Spicy Tuna Roll and Katie and Alpha Anifer. Hold on one second here. Alpha Anifer, Katie, Spicy Tuna Roll, Wade Whiplash, Alex78, Lethal Old Fart, Cecilia Joe, thank you. All right, let's try to get some updates here. Oh, I'm seeing that WTI supposedly went up. Hold on a second. So maybe we're about to see this right now. Hang on, let me go back. One moment here. One moment. So I think we're maybe delayed. Let me see. I'm going to look at a couple sites here. This one might be behind other sites. Well, it depends on the site. But I'm seeing... I'm seeing the same prices here as two other sites I'm looking at. I'm looking at two other sites and I'm getting the same prices. Unleashed Flute says the price is accurate. Sino says it's basically accurate. People in our chat are saying that it's correct. Bayou Boy says that's the correct price. Okay. That's Brent, and that's WTI. This is not a 3-month graph. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm an idiot. I thought I had changed it back to 1 day. This is 1 day. Let me do this again. I had it 1 day, and then I messed everything up. Hold on. Let's try this again. Now I really I screwed everything up. Let's try this again. Let me get it up there again. I screwed everything up. I see what I did. I know what I did now. I didn't realize I had the axes all screwed up. Oh, I messed everything up. How can I reset this? Okay, I definitely have the, okay, we're back. Oh no, it's still showing 3 months. Man, I screwed up. I somehow screwed up the chart. Oh, I think we're getting it back. I got it. I got it. I got it. I did it. Here it is. I figured it out. Thank you. Here is the WTI chart. I got to use this more. There is the WTI chart. That's the one-day chart, as you can see. And that's WTI at 97.76 or so. That's the one-day chart. And then here's the one-day chart for, do I have this done right? That's the one-day chart for Brent crude. There. So I'm getting Brent 103.38 and WTI 97.82. That's Brent 103. All right, hang on, let me check. So we'll go back to this and check. TradingView.com, if you want to check out TradingView, I'm using TradingView. All right, so hang on, let me do this. Ah, 5 minutes ago, I don't know what to make of this. One of our viewers mentioned this. Thank you. 5 minutes ago, Iran's Mer News said another explosion was heard in Sirik, which is in southern Iran near the Strait of Hormuz. That was about 5 minutes ago they posted that. I'll have to see if we hear anything more about that. Now, remember, it was like a couple days ago that President Trump had said that he thought they were close to a deal. Then there was reporting from some different outlets claiming that the U.S. and the U.S. and Iran were close to a one-page memorandum to end the war. No post from President Trump yet. Vigilante thinks the silence from Trump speaks volumes. I am wondering about this. It is interesting. It's very interesting that we have not heard anything from President Trump yet. I wonder if they're trying to figure out how to spin this or what public, maybe the White House is trying to decide how to publicly play this. Dancing in the Sand thinks everyone's lying. Thanks, Sir Racha and Jeff Buddington and Mark Haynes. Oh, Mark says I can right click and say reset chart view. Oh, I see. There we go. Thank you, Mark. I thought there was some sort of reset button. That's helpful. Well, the problem is when you reset it. Oh, I see. You can go back. Hold on a second here. I'm going to have to mess around more with this. Why is it that I will mess around more with the oil charts and everything, and yeah, I think I had it. I see. I will mess around with it and become more fluent with it all. Thank you, Jeff. TE88 PFCR, who thinks Trump just smacked Iran hard. I'm sure he will wait a bit to see if there's a reaction. Thanks also, Tom Mint. I'll keep my eye on oil too. If I see big moves, I will certainly let you know. Let me see if there's other reporting going on about this. Hang on a moment. And I don't, if this, we'll have to see what happens here. But as I said, if the U.S. starts up Project Freedom again and tries to bring ships through the Strait of Hormuz, I mean, we've just seen what appears to be a significant attack on U.S. ships going through the Strait of Hormuz. Our viewer, the naughty kitten, thinks it keeps getting worse and escalating. Nothing yet from President Trump. Nothing yet. Double Portion Farms thinks it's worse than they are saying. I mean, this was clearly something that was big enough for Iranian media to be posting about it for hours before we heard from the U.S. CBS News said this attack on U.S. ships went on for hours. It sounds like it was some sort of major exchange of or major confrontation in the Strait of Hormuz. That's what it sounds like. CENTCOM is the division of the U.S. military that oversees the Middle East, is responsible for the Middle East. Michelle Lauzone says, don't believe CENTCOM. PW360 says, the U.S. says it's not a restart, but how does Iran respond, and will that be grounds for a restart? Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, clearly the U.S. has attacked targets in Iran. So is Iran going to, but Iran said that it attacked U.S. ships. So is Iran going to consider that its attack on U.S. ships? Is Iran going to play it by saying, well, we attacked the ships? That was our response. If I remember right, I think some of the statements they said were like that. Let me see. If I go back here. Yeah, literally the Iranian military said in their statement. They literally said in their statement that they retaliated by attacking U.S. ships. So it's, I mean, the U.S. says that Iran ships attacked it first. Iran says that the U.S. attacked first, and Iran responded by attacking U.S. military vessels. So Iran could say, I mean, the official line from the Iranian military, which you see on your screen, appears to be, well, we've responded. We attacked those ships. I don't have exact timing for you, but we started hearing reports of explosions in Iran probably about 3.5 hours ago or so, maybe about 3 p.m. or 3 hours ago, 3 p.m. Eastern, around then. Hey, I'm seeing oil go down a little bit. Hold on a second. Not to get too focused on the oil from minute to minute, but just to show you here, I'm seeing on TradingView, WTI is at about 97 now. And Brent crude at about 103.3. Hang on. That's from TradingView, tradingview.com. Seems like this is a pretty big deal, though. I mean, a pretty significant confrontation. Now, let me mention something else. I need a moment. I need a moment. Oh, I did see something interesting I want to mention. This is not related, but I do want to mention it. AP is reporting that there was a plane crash in China in 2022, a jet plane that killed all 132 people on board. AP is reporting that both engines shut off, and look at this. Both engines shut off, and cockpit struggle came before 2022 China plane crash, NTSB data suggests. The report offers the best explanation yet about what caused the crash and confirms news stories at the time suggesting the crew may have played a role after Chinese investigators said they did not immediately find a problem with the plane. Aviation safety experts agree that the data shows that the fuel to both engines was cut off and someone sent the plane into a nosedive and a 360-degree roll. But it does not conclusively show what happened because the Civil Aviation Administration of China has yet to release its final report, I guess more than 4 years later. International standards call for investigators to strive to release their report by roughly a year after the crash. The cockpit voice recorder could shed a light, but it's up to Chinese authorities to release those details, and they have not. A Jeff Guzzetti, who formerly investigated crashes for NTSB and FAA, said the flight data suggests a struggle and the crash could have been a pilot suicide. There have been a number of previous instances of that, including a Germanwings flight that crashed into the French Alps in 2015, killing everyone aboard. Anyways, I just wanted to mention this. I just saw this coming out right now. Hang on a moment. Sorry, I just wanted to post this because I think it's worth posting. Okay. Now, let's get back to... Oh, I was trying to find you some other information about the Iran stuff. That's what I was doing when I saw that. Oh, hold on a second. Guys, update. We have an update from President Trump. Tasnim News spotted this. Rachel Scott, who is with ABC News, just posted and said, President Trump tells me in a phone call that the retaliatory strikes against Iranian targets are just a love tap. It's just a love tap. When I asked if it means the ceasefire is over, he said, no, the ceasefire is going. It's in effect. So again, this was just posted, thanks to Tasnim News for mentioning this. This was just posted by Rachel Scott of ABC News. She says, President Trump tells me in a phone call that the retaliatory strikes against Iranian targets are just a love tap. And he says the ceasefire is going, it's in effect. That is new from ABC News' Rachel Scott. I'm seeing something. Hold on a moment here. We'll see when President Trump, I'm sure he'll post something himself. Hey, hold on a moment. I have something else for you. The situation is back to normal. Breaking news update from Press TV Iran. Following the exchange of fire in the past few hours, the situation on Iranian islands and coastal cities by the Strait of Hormuz is back to normal now. What is normal, says Lidwine Elizabeth. Again, that is from Press TV, Iranian state media. Following the exchange of fire in the past few hours, the situation on Iranian islands and coastal cities by the Strait of Hormuz is back to normal now. Stephen Money says the new normal. Phil Davies says, what the blank is normal? Corn Boozer says, please define normal in this context. Hey, thanks, by the way, to Jeff TE88PFCR. Thank you so much. Bo WOG, Confidence in God. Jesus UCSB. Thank you for your support. Let me see what else is being reported now. In case you missed it, President Trump told ABC News' Rachel Scott that the strikes against Iran were just a love tap and that the ceasefire is still going. It is in effect. Oh, Rachel Scott reposted her post. I'll have to repost it again. Okay. Wow, what is happening? It's like one day there's gonna be one day there's gonna be a agreement to end the war. The next day they're fighting in the Strait of Hormuz, and the next day there's gonna be another agreement, and the next day some other fighting is happening. It can barely keep up. 60 Diane says, my neck hurts from whiplash. N173 says, it's nuts. By the way, I'll say this. You know, as I've said, I take a lot of what Iranian state media says with a grain of salt, especially when they say things like we've done damage to U.S. ships, because they regularly make claims like that turn out to not be true. But I'll say it again. For I want to say hours, For hours, the only reporting that there were these attacks going on came from basically Iranian state media. There were a few out, like Shin was reporting explosions and Vahid Online were reporting explosions, but Iranian state media were the ones reporting that Qeshm Island and Bandar Abbas, that sites in southern Iran had been attacked, and also that they had fired at U.S. ships. This is a perfect example of why it's important to keep an eye on Iranian state media. Doesn't mean you have to believe everything they say, but they were the only ones reporting on this for hours. Nothing from Israeli press, nothing from U.S. press, nothing from any other country's press that I saw. That's how we found out first that something was going on. Vlachi guy says it was on their territory. Well, my point is, I feel like some people say, like, why are you ever looking at Iranian state media? Because you can't trust it. I agree that certain things you can't trust, but you need to, it's also a very useful source of information. You just have to, keep a skeptical eye on things and not just believe everything right away. But, my experience with them is if they say that, if Iranian state media says there's anti-aircraft fire and explosions, then usually something like that is actually happening. Now, if they say that they've blown up a U.S. ship, well, in that case, I'm going to be like, I don't know. They were also the first ones by far to report that a U.S. plane had gone down in Iran. Still waiting for a statement from President Trump. I feel like he has to say something soon. We'll have to see. Rich says you can't accept too quickly and you can't dismiss too quickly. Just to mention again that interesting story that the Wall Street Journal had today. Well, a number of outlets have reported something like this, but for example, the Wall Street Journal today, yesterday NBC News had reported, NBC News said that the U.S. paused the Project Freedom to move ships through the Strait of Hormuz one day after it started because Saudi Arabia said that the U.S. could no longer use its bases, basically. That was the report from yesterday from NBC News, if I have this right. Hold on. Yeah, yesterday NBC had reported that President Trump paused Project Freedom because because Saudi Arabia suspended, they said the U.S. could not use its bases and airspace to carry out the operation. And NBC had claimed that what was it? I think the basic idea they were claiming, I'm looking at the article now, was that Gulf countries were not informed in advance. Yeah, the NBC claimed that U.S. Gulf allies like Saudi Arabia were not informed in advance and were caught off guard. A bit of a different report today by the Wall Street Journal, where they were reporting that. Hang on. The Wall Street Journal was reporting that Saudi Arabia and Kuwait said to the U.S., you can't use our bases and airspace for this Project Freedom. But the Wall Street Journal said that Saudi Arabia and Kuwait said that because they were upset that the U.S. played down the Iranian attacks which happened a few days ago. So remember, Project Freedom started, then Iran launched a bunch of missiles and drones at the UAE, possibly also at Oman as well, but definitely at the UAE, for example. And so the Wall Street Journal said that the Saudi Arabia and Kuwait were upset that the U.S. was playing down the importance of those attacks. So I don't know what the truth is. But now the Wall Street Journal is reporting that Saudi Arabia and Kuwait are now okay with the U.S. using their bases and airspace for Project Freedom again. Hold on. Did Trump post? People are saying Trump posted. President Trump posted. Breaking news. Breaking news. Post from President Trump. I haven't even read it yet, but I'm going to read it along with you guys right now. Here is his post from President Trump. President Trump writes, hold on a second here. President Trump writes, 3 world-class American destroyers just transited very successfully out of the Strait of Hormuz under fire. There was no damage done to the 3 destroyers, but great damage done to the Iranian attackers. They were completely destroyed along with numerous small boats which are being used to take the place of their fully decapitated navy. These boats went to the bottom of the sea quickly and efficiently. Missiles were shot at our destroyers and were easily knocked down. Likewise, drones came and were incinerated while in the air. They dropped ever so beautifully down to the ocean, very much like a butterfly dropping to its grave. A normal country would have allowed these destroyers to pass, but Iran is not a normal country. They are led by lunatics. And if they had the chance to use a nuclear weapon, they would do it without question, but they'll never have that opportunity. And just like we knocked them out again today, we'll knock them out a lot harder and a lot more violently in the future if they don't get their deal signed fast. Our 3 destroyers, with their wonderful crews, will now rejoin our naval blockade, which is truly a wall of steel. There is President Trump's post. Mamie Washington thought it was amazing and a great post. Julie Shields thinks he's embarrassing. Silver Hornet says best president ever. Dogs Cat says Trump is a psycho. What about the report that UAE had been involved? Yeah, I mean, at one point, Iranian state media posted Mer News that the UAE attacked Iran. I'm not hearing anything more about that from Iran at this point. So I don't know. Mr. QQQ Crash says, does this mean the clashes are over for tonight? I mean, Iranian state media says things are back to normal. Donna Simmons, our viewer, says of Iranian media, they have a tendency to exaggerate. They are very quick to put out something. It usually has a grain of truth. That's what Donna Simmons says. Thanks, Donna Simmons. Are they? So just so you know, if you are wondering about oil prices, we got here. Hold on TradingView at tradingview.com. We have, again, WTI crude is about 97 right now. So I should do this. It's about 97. In the last 24 hours, it looks like it's, well, this says 24 hours about even. And then we have this, which is Brent crude is at 103, up 1% today. Not huge changes after all that. And I should check the, you know what, give me a second. I think I can check the futures. I have not done that on TradingView though, so I need to look that up. Give me a moment here. I have it right here. I can show you. Here is futures. I assume the futures markets are open right now. According to TradingView, here I'll show you. Can I find it on the app? I have it on the website. Let me just see if I can pull it up on the app. I gotta work around with this. Let's see here, futures. I might just show you on the website. Here's what it says on the website. Hold on. So it says S&P 500 down 0.38%, NASDAQ down 0.1%, Dow down 0.6%. Is this, I thought this was the futures. I might be wrong. Because I typed in futures. I'll have to double check on this. Let's see. Dow. That looks like not futures though. That looks like it's just the market. Sorry, I think this is just the market and not the futures. I think that's not the futures. I think that's just today. I'll have to look into this. Sorry. ES equals F, said Ninja Baseball Batman for, again, I'm just learning how to use this here. It's a first day with it. Oh, is it E mini S&P futures? Is this it? S&P 500 E mini futures? Let's see. ES1 says unleashed flute. You can type. Okay. We'll try that. Now I can't even find where to type it in. I gotta, again, this is just, it's very new to me. Where is this? Oh, hold on, I got it. ES1? ES1. That doesn't seem right. Oh, is this it? I can't find it right now. Are they, futures are closed? Why would they be, are futures closed? I get all this different information about whether futures are open. Let's try something else. U.S. stock futures. Let's see. I'm seeing them, aren't they open? They are open. People are all saying they're open now. All right, let's do this. Surely I can find you one of them. S&P 500 futures. Is it ISP? Is it, oh, E-mini? Is it this one? Is that the futures? S&P E-mini futures, 1 CME? Unleashed Flute says yes. That looks like it's basically even. Yes, people are saying that is yes. Again, I need to, all right, people said that that's the right one. And then Dow futures would be, okay, I think I see it here. Now I'm confused. Oh, so when I look at Dow futures, it says that it's currently at 49,600, and that is it. Did it close? Now I'm confused. It's not. So I got to figure. So is this where the market closed? I really have to look into this. You have a 10-minute delay. I don't know why I'm bothering you by trying to do this on the fly. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out, guys. I just need a little time to work with it. Oh, here, this looks right. Trading View, E-mini futures, right? That must be right. ES minus 0.16%. That's Trading View, S&P 500 E-mini futures. We'll see what the chat says. Unleashed Flute says yes. Todd Lee says that's right. Bill Huang says 10-minute delay. People are saying yes on this. Okay. Correct, but it's delayed 10 minutes. Okay, that's a 10-minute delay, according to our viewers. As of today, right, because it says as of 1840 GMT, and it's 1850 GMT right now. That's a 10-minute delay. So just to give you an idea, it doesn't look like there's a huge... And then... oh, I got it too. Dow futures here. Here, look. This is Dow futures. It says minus, as of 10 minutes ago, down 0.11%. Okay. All right. All right. For now, that's fine. For now, that's fine. Just to give you a general idea. This is not for you to run out. I'm not trying to give you to be your investment advisor. I'm just trying to give you a general idea of what's going on. Okay, now, so I'll work more on that on my own time and get a little more fluent with that. But that's tradingview.com. You can check out tradingview.com. Oh, I should put Trump's post again on the screen. Here again is Trump's post from Truth Social. From Truth Social. Steve Carlson says, I am a day trader, and yes, the futures are open. Major indexes are down slightly. Thanks, by the way, to Teague on the Celtics for your support. Thanks, Flashsnake, for your support. Thanks, Salsa Bennett from Australia, who says, if I am reading Trump's post right, he sent the destroyers in, they got shot at, and they turned around to join the blockade, or were they stuck on the other side and then joined the blockade? So I don't know. He doesn't specifically say why they were transiting. I don't know specifically why they were transiting. He doesn't say which direction they were transiting. He just says he said they were in the Strait of Hormuz and they got attacked and they responded. Now, did he mention attacking? So CENTCOM talked about attacking different sites in southern Iran. President Trump didn't mention that, right? He said no damage was done to destroyers. Great damage was done to the Iranian attackers. They were completely destroyed along with numerous small boats. Missiles were shot down. Drones came and were incinerated. Yeah, so he didn't really get into what CENTCOM talked about. CENTCOM said U.S. Central Command eliminated inbound threats and targeted Iranian military facilities responsible for attacking U.S. forces, including missile and drone launch sites, command and control locations, and intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance nodes. Iran said numerous sites in southern Iran on land had been attacked. So President Trump didn't really talk about that. And he told ABC News it was a love tap. Told ABC News' Rachel Scott. Oopsie. Then that happened. I'm going to take that off there. What I'm going to do is I'll put the CENTCOM thing back up. Yeah, I don't know why. There were multiple reports in Iran of anti-aircraft fire in western Tehran and northwestern Tehran. I didn't really hear any more about that. Our viewer PW360 said President Trump said nothing about why they were going through the strait and if Project Freedom is back. He didn't give any update about a possible deal either, President Trump. Hang on a moment here. Oh, did this person post? No. So I was just looking at some of the messages people have been sending in. Give me a moment here. So I don't hold on. What is this here? I don't know what to make of what's going to happen next. How is this going to impact the supposed negotiations to end the war with a deal? What was I going to ask you guys? Oh, how about will Trump restart Project Freedom? The military operation to get the boats, get ships out, to open up the Strait of Hormuz by force. That's the question. Will Trump restart Project Freedom? I am putting this poll question in the chat right now. Is it Operation Freedom? I might have forgotten the name. I'm sorry. No, it was Project Freedom. Project Freedom is right. Okay, so I am going to show you what you guys are saying about this poll. But first, I need to show you guys thinking about the poll. There you are. Thinking about it. And then you're going to be voting on it. Let's see. Okay, so over on YouTube, .54% yes, 46% no. Divided. On Facebook, it's 57% no, 43% yes. On Twitch, it is 58% yes and 42% no. So divided, slightly more yes than no. D. Brew thinks he has no other option at this point. I guess the question, though, like a question I would have, if he restarts Project Freedom, is that going to lead to more fighting in the Strait of Hormuz? Which, if he wants a deal, that might not help things. The object of Project Freedom was first to get the trapped ships that are trapped in the Persian Gulf out through the Strait of Hormuz, but second, to open up the Strait of Hormuz for commercial shipping. Hey, thanks, TechSlug. TechSlug, no, those destroyers would not, as far as I'm aware, be visible on the on marine traffic. I've never been able to track the U.S. warships on marine traffic during the war. Thank you, TechSlug. Thanks, Glooman. Glooman, thanks for your support on Twitch. They Call Me Blank, thanks for your support. And Lynn Austin, thanks for your support on Twitch. R Green 145B and Kiwi Polson and Volms Elzar. Thanks for supporting. Thanks, Kiwi, for being a year-long subscriber. Glue Man thinks escort mission as necessary and reopen the strait generally. Sonny says he will just say we won. So I have a question. Here. My question is, all right, well, thank you for voting in the poll, by the way. Thanks for voting in the poll. We'll let it go a minute longer, but I'm seeing it's the same. It's basically the same on Twitch and YouTube. Roughly 55% say yes. %45 say no. On the right is Twitch. On the left is YouTube. And on Facebook, it was 59% yes on Facebook. So very similar across the platforms. Now, I have a question. My question is this. My question is, I can keep the stream going and we can see if anything happens. I'm going to have to make some food, though, and eat soon because I haven't eaten. But I can take 5 minutes, put food in the air fryer now, and then eventually eat, and we can at least see if anything else happens. I don't know. I can't. Why don't I do that? So why don't I take 5 minutes right now and put my food in the air fryer? Then I'll come back in 5 minutes while it's cooking. And we'll see if anything else pops up. By the way, thanks so much to Lidwine Elizabeth. Lidwine Elizabeth says Trump uses terms like project and operation, this, that. Too much in short time. I don't even know what the project even includes anymore. Thank you, Lidwine Elizabeth. Also, Wins T9 and Jason is right. And Teague on the Celtics. Yeah, so let me take about 5 minutes right now and put my food in the air fryer. And we'll see if anything else develops. Give me about 5 minutes. I'm coming right back, and we'll continue our coverage. Okay, we are back. Hang on one moment here. Give me one moment. I'm muted. I'm muted. Sorry. Okay, we're back. I am baking my food right now. I am making my food. And we're going to see if anything else happens here. If you missed it, the U.S. launched strikes on Iran after, well, both sides say that Iran attacked U.S. ships, U.S. destroyers. And the U.S. launched strikes on Iran. But Iran says that the U.S. did it first, and the U.S. said Iran attacked its ships first. So the stories differ, but what we do know from both sides is that Iran attacked U.S. destroyers in the Strait of Hormuz, and the U.S. Attacked Iranian small boats and shot down drones and missiles and attacked targets on land in Iran as a response. Maybe I should say Navy ships. U.S. says it launched strikes on Iran after Iran attacked U.S. destroyers. Do that. And then, as you see there, as to where this leaves, President Trump told ABC News this was a love tap and that the ceasefire was still in effect. Don Breton says, could a coastal buffer zone be a possibility? You mean for getting ships through the strait? I mean, that's I believe the coast is hundreds of miles long. So that would take a lot of, presumably a huge military force to do that. And it would be a target as well, I would assume. One of our viewers said, buckle up, y'all. Give me about 15 seconds. Hold on. Stephen Money says Operation Love Trap, Love Tap. The Wall Street Journal has been reporting today that President Trump is considering restarting Project Freedom and that it could happen soon. Yeah, they say that the Trump administration is now looking to restart Project Freedom to open the Strait of Hormuz. I haven't heard too much about the hantavirus today. I don't want to get into it right now because I'm about to eat. But if there's huge developments, we can always do another stream on it. We did a bunch of coverage on it last night. Maybe when I get back, we can go over a couple headlines. Oh, we got to talk about something else. Maybe we'll talk about this when I get back. There was an article in the Washington Post today. We'll have to wait till I get back to talk about this. But this was interesting. I'd forgotten about it because we were covering all the new developments. But there was an article in the Washington Post today, which was, CIA report, as the Watcher said. The article is U.S. intelligence says Iran can outlast Trump's Hormuz blockade for months. A confidential CIA analysis delivered to administration policymakers this week concludes that Iran can survive the U.S. naval blockade for at least 3 to 4 months before facing more severe economic hardship. 4 people familiar with the document said. They say this appears to raise new questions about President Trump's optimism for ending the war. The analysis also found that Tehran retains significant ballistic missile capabilities despite weeks of intense U.S. and Israeli bombardment. 3 of the people familiar with it said Iran retains about 75% of its pre-war inventories of mobile launchers and about 70% of its pre-war stockpiles of missiles, a U.S. official said. The official said there is evidence that the regime has been able to recover and reopen almost all of its underground storage facilities, repair some damaged missiles, and even assemble some new missiles that were nearly complete when the war began. Again, the Washington Post said this is from a confidential CIA analysis delivered to administration policymakers this week, and said 4 people familiar with the document said. I cannot confirm this, but we can talk a little bit more about that after I eat. Dancing in the Sand says, yeah, but I don't think China can last that long. Yeah. Let's see here. Give me about 15 seconds. Hold on. Michaelopoulos thinks if those numbers are true about the remaining mobile launchers and missiles in Iran, we are so cooked. That's what Michaelopoulos says. Dead Boy KJ thinks China wants their oil bad. I'm going to be eating in a couple minutes, and then While I'm eating, I will keep an eye on whether anything big happens. If something big happens while I'm eating, I can always rush back in here. Otherwise, I'll come back in after I eat and we'll see where we're at. Thanks to Least Trustworthy Weasel, by the way. Thank you. Maybe I'll leave this when I go to eat. Maybe I'll leave this like in the corner here or something. So people can tuning in at least know what the general idea of what happened. Again, this is marine traffic. You can find this at marinetraffic.com. Mike Ovanes likes TradingView. Frosty says it so much feels like a change of world power is coming. Trump's pool guy does not believe the article I just talked about. All right, so what I'm going to do right now is I need to eat, but I'm going to leave the stream going. And what I'll do is, again, if something huge happens, I'll drop my fork and come in. Otherwise, I'll come in back after I eat. There we go. Steve is taking a meal break. He'll be back shortly. So I appreciate everybody being here for the stream and all of our moderators. So let me do that. And I'll come back in a little bit and we will talk some more. All right. Thank you for your patience. I ate. I was checking updates while I was eating. I didn't see anything super huge, but give me a moment here. Oh, hold on a second. Was there maybe an interview with Trump that someone did? Let's see. No. All right. So what we've been covering today, as many of you know, is that there was an exchange of fire between the U.S. and Iran in the Strait of Hormuz today. The U.S. military said that U.S. forces intercepted unprovoked Iranian attacks and responded with self-defense strikes as U.S. Navy-guided missile destroyers transited the Strait of Hormuz to the Gulf of Oman today. Iranian forces launched multiple missiles, drones, and small boats as 3 U.S. destroyers transited the international sea passage. No U.S. assets were struck. U.S. Central Command eliminated inbound threats and targeted Iranian military facilities responsible for attacking U.S. forces, including missile and drone launch sites, command and control locations, and intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance nodes. CENTCOM does not seek escalation, but remains positioned and ready to protect American forces. So that's what U.S. military said. And the Iranian military said the aggressive terrorists and bandit American army violated the ceasefire by targeting an Iranian oil tanker moving from Iranian coastal waters in the Jask region toward the Strait of Hormuz, as well as another ship entering the Strait of Hormuz opposite the port of Fujairah in the UAE. At the same time, the U.S. carried out aerial attacks on civilian areas on the coasts of Kamir Port, Sirik, and Qeshm Island in cooperation with some countries in the region. The armed forces of Iran immediately retaliated by attacking U.S. military vessels east of the Strait of Hormuz and south of Chabahar Port, causing significant damage to them, they claim. The U.S. says there's no damage. The criminal and aggressor, America, and the countries that support it should know that the Islamic Republic of Iran, as powerful as in the past, will give a crushing response to any aggression, and aggression without the slightest hesitation. And so they said that. And then President Trump himself posted and said, West Coast dude says need videos. Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have any. I'm assuming the U.S. military has some sort of videos that I don't expect to get released. Gloomin says the ceasefire persists. As I said this before, guys, real quick, because some people are talking about this in the chat. There is some sort of bug on YouTube where this broadcast is not showing up on the homepage, but it should show up. It's on YouTube, and it should show up if you search YouTube and you search for Agenda Free TV. It should show up. For whatever reason, there's some kind of issue with the homepage. And like the avatar on YouTube doesn't say live. There's an issue with that. But it's on YouTube, and you should be. I mean, I tried searching for it and it came up. So it's there. It's just the homepage is not listed as being live. Yeah, on the homepage, it doesn't say live like it normally would. So they know about it. It's being looked into. There's nothing I can do for it. I mean, what I would appreciate if anybody wants to do it, I've already done this, and I'm talking to you two about it. If you're watching on YouTube and you don't see this live like you normally would on the homepage, if you could send feedback, click on send feedback and just say, hey, this broadcast is live, but it's not showing up on the homepage. Probably take you about 10 seconds to do that. That would be helpful. So there's some sort of weird YouTube issue today. Okay. President Trump said 3 world-class American destroyers just transited very successfully out of the Strait of Hormuz under fire. There was no damage done to the 3 destroyers, but great damage done to the Iranian attackers. They were completely destroyed, along with numerous small boats, which are being used to take the place of their fully decapitated navy. These boats went to the bottom of the sea quickly and efficiently. Missiles were shot at our destroyers and they were easily knocked down. Likewise, drones came and were incinerated while in the air. They dropped ever so beautifully down to the ocean, very much like a butterfly dropping to its grave. A normal country would have allowed these destroyers to pass, but Iran is not a normal country. They are led by lunatics, and if they had a chance to use a nuclear weapon, they would do it without question, but they'll never have that opportunity, and just like we knocked them out again today, we'll knock them out a lot harder and a lot more violently in the future if they don't get their deal signed fast. Our 3 destroyers with their wonderful crews will now rejoin our naval blockade, which is truly a wall of steel. Our viewer Seed Music thinks that calling their leaders lunatics might not be helpful for the negotiations. Also, President Trump told Rachel Scott of ABC News that the U.S. strikes were a love tap and that the ceasefire was still in effect. Now, since then, I haven't heard any huge updates since I went to eat. But I did want to mention also oil prices. Sorry. Here is oil prices. They were going up a bit when this all was coming out. But overall today, let's see, hold on, let me try something here. Oopsie, what did I do here? Now what did I do? Here. There we go. Okay, via TradingView. If you missed it before, for the first time, we can bring you some financial charts. This is thanks to TradingView, tradingview.com. So this is Brent crude, and as you can see, that's roughly the one-day chart. And it is currently around 102.5. It was going up. This here is when it was going up when all this news about the explosions and the fighting was happening. When it went up from like 100 went up about $3, and then it came back down some since then. So it's about 102.5. And then WTI crude is at about 97 right now. This is the roughly 1 day chart here. So it went up about $3 while all that news was coming out, and it's kind of evened out at this point. But you can see that at tradingview.com if you want to check out TradingView. Wes Downer thinks WTI at 97 isn't that bad. Well, just to show you, this is U.S. crude for the last 3 months. Before the war, it was around 65. War started, it ended up going up to about, at one point, shot up to about 115 or so, 116. Then it's been kind of back and forth. It's got up to again to about 115, and now it's at about 97. When the war started, it was around 65. Rich HTX says, better than 200, yeah, but. Wes says, I'm not saying it's cheap, but it's better than it was a couple weeks ago. Thanks, Blues Wasted and LB, for your support, by the way. I appreciate that. I did want to mention a couple things. First of all, thanks to the Mystical Buddha Cake Shop. Thank you so much for your support. The Mystical Buddha Cake Shop. Who says YouTube says live? I guess she's seeing YouTube saying live. The problem is when you go to the channel homepage, it doesn't say that I'm live. Although maybe it's saying that for some people and not others. Thank you so much, Mystical Buddha Cake Shop. Elizabeth, thank you. Sorry. I wanted to mention something about the hantavirus that I saw. I saw something about the hantavirus when I was eating. So we're not going to cover that much on this stream because it's not a stream about the hantavirus. We covered it a bunch yesterday, but there is a ship that, a cruise ship had an outbreak of hantavirus and 3 people died on the ship. And I believe there's a total of 8 cases, or eight confirmed or suspected cases. And several people have been evacuated for the ship, and the ship is going now to Tenerife, and everybody still on the ship, about 150 people, is not symptomatic. I don't believe there's been any new confirmed cases today. But so there was this question we were talking about last night, which is it this hantavirus? There's one strain of the hantavirus that's known to go from person to person, the Andes virus. And there was this question, could this be a new strain of the virus that spreads more easily from person to person? So I did see that the New York Times had a quote from a scientist who is familiar with some testing on this new strain. And that scientist told the New York Times, the scientist is Tulio de Oliveira, the director of the Center for Epidemic Response and Innovation at Stellenbosch University in South Africa. And there's been testing in South Africa of this strain. And this scientist said, genetic sequencing of samples of this current strain suggests that the virus is nearly identical to the version seen in Argentina and has not mutated in ways that would make it a greater threat. So that scientist says, based on what he knows about the testing so far and the research into this strain that's impacting people in this outbreak, this scientist says that the genetic sequencing of the samples so far of the hantavirus from this outbreak suggests the virus is nearly identical to the version seen in Argentina previously and has not mutated in ways that would make it a greater threat. Zai Li says, why is it spreading so fast? Well, there is this question of why people on the ship got it. I mean, some people have been in close contact. I don't know about the specifics. I'm not an epidemiologist. So I understand what you're saying is they will be asking, why is it spreading to the people it has spread to? But at the same time, I'm not aware of any more people that have been confirmed today. Also, there was a flight attendant who had been isolated, I think. Let's see. I saw this reported that, where is it here? Yes, the WHO Director General said a flight attendant who had symptoms, who had been on a flight with one of the victims, has tested negative for 2 tests of this virus. And without getting, again, we can maybe do another separate stream on this. I don't want, because this is not a stream about the hantavirus. But at the same time, if I can just update you quickly. Bear with me as I give you an update on the hantavirus. This is from Oceanwide Expeditions, which is the company that operates the ship. This is from today. They're saying that the 3 people who were transferred off the ship yesterday remain in the care of medical professionals. The vessel is underway. It's heading the Canary Islands, which is Spanish, which is under Spanish control, and going to Tenerife. And no symptomatic. Everybody on board does not have symptoms. No one on board has symptoms right now. And it is expected to arrive in the early hours of Sunday in Tenerife. Let's have some other things in here. Let's just see here. You can see here National. So also 30 guests. What does this say? 30 guests got off the ship on St. Helena in the South Atlantic during the journey on April 24th. This includes the body of the guest who passed away on board on April 11th. These disembarked guests have all been contacted by Oceanwide Expeditions. We are working to establish details of all passengers and crew who embarked and disembarked on various stops on the ship, because they want to let people know, hey, you might have been exposed to this, and they want to make sure people are isolating and keeping an eye on those people. So that's happening. And then again, let me just see if the WHO posted anything else today. But I have not heard of any new cases, confirmed cases today. Or, I mean, beyond the 8 confirmed and suspected we had heard about yesterday. I don't even know if they posted a new update about it today. I don't see a new one from them today. I'm not going to play it now. There was a press briefing about it before, but I did read a quote from one of the WHO scientists. Yes, Dr. Maria Van Kerkhove said this is not COVID, this is not influenza, it spreads very, very differently. She said that today. And let me just do one other thing here. I know that this is not a hantavirus stream. Actually, maybe what I'll do, really quick, before going back to the war, I'll just show you this. Countries track passengers of virus-hit cruise ship. Countries worldwide sought to prevent further spread of the hantavirus, says Reuters today, after an outbreak on a cruise ship by tracking those who had disembarked before the virus was detected and anyone in close contact with them since. 3 people died in the outbreak. 5 people are confirmed to have contracted the virus, with another 3 suspected cases. Hantavirus is usually spread by rodents, but can in rare cases be transmitted person to person. All passengers who disembarked in St. Helena in the South Atlantic Ocean, where the ship stopped on April 24th, have been contacted. This is not COVID. The WHO repeated that the risk to the general public is low, even if the Andean strain of the virus found in several victims can be, in rare cases, transmitted among humans. This is not coronavirus. This is a very different virus, said Maria Van Kerkhove, WHO Director of Epidemic and Pandemic Management. This is not the same situation we were in 6 years ago. Okay. And maybe what I'll do is, again, we're going to get back to the war, but I know we had some questions about this before. What I'll do is there's a quick video that kind of summarizes things that goes along with this article by Reuters. So let's just quickly look at this about the hantavirus situation. There's the ship.
Contact tracing is underway to track those who have already disembarked a cruise ship hit by an outbreak of the hantavirus before it was detected, and anyone in close contact with them since. Oceanwide Expedition said they were now working to establish details of all passengers and crew who embarked and disembarked on various stops since March 20th. 3 people, a Dutch couple and a German national, died in the outbreak on the cruise ship. The World Health Organization said that in total, 5 people are confirmed to have contracted the virus, with another 3 suspected cases.
This is not coronavirus. This is a very different virus. We know this virus. Hantaviruses have been around for quite a while.
Hantavirus is usually spread by rodents. Experts have stressed that contagion is very rare, but the outbreak has put health authorities on high alert.
No, I think people don't need to worry.
Jonas Schmidt-Chanisset is a virologist at Germany's Bernhard Nocht Institute.
Cruise ship is...
Let me just fix, there's a little bit of a sync issue here. Let me just fix the sync audio visual. Hang on, this should fix it. Okay, there we go.
Nocht Institute.
Cruise ship is really different from the situation on the land or in the hospital. So it's a real incubator. You have less space and the contacts are more close. So the probability of transmission is much higher if you are not aware that there is a highly infectious pathogen. But if the patients are outside of the ship, so under barrier nursing and hospital conditions like in Germany, Netherlands or Spain, I would say everybody is safe. So it's not a risk for the whole population.
The Dutch couple who died, believed to be the first hantavirus cases of this outbreak, only boarded on April 1st. Dutch airline KLM on Wednesday said it had taken the Dutch woman off a plane in Johannesburg on April 25th due to her deteriorating medical condition. She died before she could reach the Netherlands. On Thursday, broadcaster RTL reported that a KLM stewardess who had been in contact with her has been admitted to a hospital in Amsterdam after showing possible hantavirus symptoms. The Dutch Health Ministry did not confirm that the woman being tested is a KLM stewardess, and neither did the airline. But Dutch authorities said that crew and passengers who helped the Dutch woman who passed away are being called daily for health checks.
And again, the New York Times had reported that they said that the WHO, I believe, had released a statement. The New York Times said that hang on. Regarding that flight attendant, yes, the Director General of the WHO said in a message that the flight attendant who had symptoms has tested negative for hantavirus on 2 tests, says the New York Times. So, I mean, I'm glad that there hasn't been any additional cases reported. Dean R says, I believe they're monitoring a doctor that was treating one of the patients. Yeah, I was reading a story last night. Oh, I should show you one other thing, if I can. Hang on a moment here. I don't know if I have that, but AFP had a story that they ran where they talked to a passenger. And I posted this on my X account last night. I'll post a link to it in the chat if you want to read it. But what the passenger was saying was that they didn't initially react to it on the ship as if it was a dangerous, contagious disease. So I'm going to put a link in the chat for you. Hold on. Here, where is it here? I had posted it. Okay. I'm posting the link in the chat. It's an AFP article in RFI. So AFP talked to a person on the who was a passenger who said on April 11th, the first passenger died, and then on April 12th, when the captain announced the death, the captain said, "I am told by the doctor we are not infectious." And then it turned out, by the way, that the ship's doctor was himself in serious condition weeks later. It said that. But the passenger told AFP that the captain said it was due to natural causes, that the ship, they didn't even consider the possibility of having a contagious disease on board. And the passenger thought they didn't take the problem seriously enough. And the passenger said that everyday life continued on the ship after the first person died, and his videos show elderly passengers mingling around the buffet table. He said, we again kept eating all together, and we didn't wear any masks. Anyway, so I cannot assess and assess blame or start to judge things myself. I don't have that background, but I just want to let you know. I'll post again the link in the chat if you want to read the article. One of our viewers said there will be lawsuits. There very well could be. I don't know. Again, I just hope we don't hear about more cases. And I hope everybody who's sick and alive recovers. Wisco Joe said there will be lawsuits. Hang on a moment here. Lola P says, I sure hope they recover. All right, again, I didn't mean to take us off track, but it's something we covered last night, and I was getting some questions about it. So I figured I would give you a quick update. A quick update on what I knew. Freshie thinks lawsuits will be coming left and right. Oh, hey guys, this is interesting. I saw something. Do I have video of this? I don't think I do. So, oh, where is this? Hold on a moment. President Trump, I think about an hour ago, went to he went to the Lincoln the reflecting pool. I don't have video of it that I can show you, I don't think, but I saw some reporting about it. Hang on a moment. He went to the can I see this now? The reflecting pool on the Mall, where he's overseeing a refinishing of, I think, of the surface. The Lincoln Memorial Reflecting Pool. Okay, hold on a second. So he was just there, and there was some video, but I don't have the rights to the video. It was pool video. But I want to just mention this briefly, because this just happened, I guess, a few minutes ago. All right, so you can see here, here's Google Maps, and there's the reflecting pool right there. There's the White House, and then there's the reflecting pool, and there's the Lincoln Memorial. Oopsie, that's not what I wanted to do. Let's try this again. Right there. And President Trump is having the surface redone. And I guess what happened is that hang on. I saw a couple reports about it. Jennifer Jacobs of CBS News says President Trump, his motorcade drove on the reflecting pool so he could check out the restoration work. And then I guess he talked to the press a bit. So Rachel Scott, who talked to Trump earlier today, and she's the one who Trump told that the U.S. strikes on Iran today were a love tap. So Rachel Scott from ABC, she was there, and she just posted a couple minutes ago. She said, I asked the president why focus on these projects now amid the backdrop of the war in Iran and as gas prices soar. She said, he said the question was stupid and a disgrace to the country, saying he's fixing the reflecting pool. I'll post a link to her post in the chat. I'm sorry, I'd love to show you the video, but I don't. I think because it's outside the White House, and I don't think the White House was live. I don't think. So I don't have the video, the rights to the video. I don't see it here on the White House site. Oh, here. So the White House did post about this. Here, let me show you this. Stephen Chung, who is, what is he, White House spokesperson? White House Director of Communications. Stephen Chung posted this video. He said, they see me rolling. Oh, I'm not going to play the sound because it might have music on it. I have a feeling it has music on it, but I'll play the video. Let me check here. I would bet that it has. I would bet it has copyrighted music on it. Hold on, I'll double check. Hey, it doesn't have music on it. I can't believe it. I thought they were going to play the song on it. All right, anyways, here's the video posted of President Trump's motorcade a short while ago at the reflecting pool.
I'm like, are they driving or just
For dramatic.
yeah. They're going in slow motion
They're
for
taking in the
us.
boom. Oh my god.
Roll the window down, sir. We don't have this. Usually the second.
Okay, so that was President Trump, what, about an hour ago, I think? At the reflecting pool. I don't know what stage of the resurfacing they are at this point. He went there to check it out. Okay, so I'm sorry I don't have the video of him. I don't have the rights to the video of him talking to the press. Oh, something else I'm seeing here. Oh, hold on. Let's see. What is this? Steve Herman, who I follow, says President Trump has confirmed to reporters that the 747 from Qatar that was gifted will be ready to go into service as Air Force One by July 4th. Oh, I have another video of the reflecting pool. Here is another White House posted video of Trump driving in the reflecting pool. From Margot Martin. President Trump drives through the reflecting pool to see the progress of the project and meet the hardworking team behind it. Okay. Yes, it's in the pool because it's drained right now. There's the Lincoln Memorial. I guess he was just talking to reporters. I should be getting some quotes soon from the White House press pool. Kelly Meyer of News Nation said Trump said tonight that Iran has agreed to not having a nuclear weapon, and let's see if they are willing to sign it. Lola P says, now we may get 2 more weeks. Oh, hold on. I have an update. I can show you what President Trump said at the reflecting pool. This was about an hour ago, and I just saw the White House press pool posted the link to the transcript. So let's look at that. President Trump was out there at the reflecting pool talking to reporters. So this is, oops, hold on. Hang on a moment here. Oh, wait, hold on a second. Give me a moment. Is there an audio transcript? That would be good. That would be helpful. If there was audio. One moment. Or is it just text? What is this? Hang on a moment. Okay. Now, let's see. Can I actually get this pulled up now? Let's see. Ah, okay, I see it now. What in the world is this? All right, that didn't really help me. Oh, is this audio? Wait. What if I play this? What am I going to hear? I have the audio. I have the audio from the White House press pool posted the audio from President Trump at the reflecting pool. So we're going to listen to this now. Because he talked about the war. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I have the way I can do this is I think I can do it this way. Transcript. Do it this way. I think it's going to work. All right, so I'm going to play this and hopefully this works. Let's see if this works. I've never done it this way. This is President Trump, and I'll put it on the screen. Audio, President Trump talks to reporters after touring reflecting pool. A short while ago. Now, I'm going to press play and see what we hear. Ooh, okay. Hold on. I'm going to forward till he's...
Fantastic. From hundreds of millions of dollars has been spent over the years, foolishly. Hello. Foolishly. And we're doing a job that nobody's ever seen anything like it. It was a good idea we came up with, and we're doing a sealer and then some very intricate work with modern materials. And
can you guys hear this okay? Can you guys hear this? Can you guys hear okay? Let me see. People are saying yes. And on the screen, there's also there's a transcript on the screen. Okay, I'm going to keep playing it here. This is him talking about an hour ago at the reflecting pool, talking to reporters. So he says, we're doing a sealer, and then there's some very intricate work with modern materials.
We're doing a sealer, and then some very intricate work with modern materials, and it's going to look better than it did in 1922 when it was built. It was built in 1922. And it had granite pavers. It was granite, various materials on top. The size is it's almost, I guess it's over 2,000 feet, 2,400 feet long. That's taller than any building in the world. You lay it on its side, and very big. The surface was bad. The leaking was bad. These workers are the most fantastic people. You know, Doug Burkham, he's in charge of it. He's the head of interior, and done a great job. And I was getting complaints from people saying that it wasn't good. This is a number of months ago, and I called Doug, and he agreed. They spent a fortune. President Obama spent $38 million, closed it for 2.5 years.
Now, hang on. A viewer just said that the White House posted the video, which I didn't see, about 15 minutes ago, which would be preferable. Is this true? Are you sure? Where was the video posted? Because I can't play like the pool video. I can only play it if like the White House posted it. So did they post it? Because somebody just said in the chat they posted it, but I'm not aware that they posted it. Can somebody say? Let's see. Nobody is saying they saw it. Again, if you saw it from like Associated Press or something, I can't show that. All right. Well, I don't see it on the White House. Rapid response. Hold on. I didn't check that account. They posted a few videos. Oh, I'm sorry. No, they posted C-SPAN video. I can't use the C-SPAN video. They took the C-SPAN video and posted it on Rapid Response, but I'm not allowed to use the C-SPAN video. That's a specific thing. All right, anyways, so thanks for mentioning it. Let's continue playing this, and we'll hear what he has to say about the war.
It was a construction nightmare, a construction mess. When they opened it, it didn't work, and it leaked. It was a disaster. And but I know how to build. And we worked with Doug and Interior and Parks. And these guys have been fantastic. So we're putting a beautiful surface on. It's called, the coloring it's like a swimming pool, but industrial strength, much stronger. And I think you're going to see something that's amazing. Very interesting is we took they took 12 garbage trucks full of garbage that was under the water that people didn't see, but they knew it was there. It was a real mess. And you're going to have basically industrial strength. It's going to last, I would say, 50 years. It's going to last a long time. And you'll have no leak, guaranteed no leak. And it's going to be something very special. And it's going to be a beautiful color. The color was never good because basically it had a gray stone underneath. Whether it was the concrete or the granite, it was a gray stone. And now we actually picked the color. It's called American Flag Blue. And so you can't do better than that. And so we had estimates to fix it of about $355 million. And it was going to take 3.5 years. You can see by the size of it. And so we're going to be able to do it for about $1.8 million. And it's going to take 1 week. And we'll be finished, I guess. I'm going to give it a little more time. Let's give it 2 weeks. But a lot of the hard work is done. The beautiful work is now. The application is really the fun. The sidewalk surfaces, they're fixing that too. They're having it repointed, refixed. It's going to be like actually much better than new. It's much more beautiful than it was here because it never had the color people wanted. Now it's going to have the great color. So it's going to be good. It's going to last many, many years, and it's going to have no leaks. It's going to have no problems. It's going to be clean. clean and beautiful. And I want to thank Doug Burgum, the job he's done, and we're working on some other jobs that are great. We're working on the back terrace of the Lincoln Memorial. That was supposed to be the main entrance, but they built 2 roadways behind it, so it never had access to the Potomac. And we're working on that. We have a beautiful plan for that, the Lincoln Memorial, and we have other things. Also, I guess you want to talk about what you're most proud of is underneath the Lincoln Memorial. Do you want to discuss that?
Well, underneath the Lincoln Memorial, it's built on essentially arches or stilts like a cathedral. So there's an undercroft 80 feet high that's only been filled with junk and graffiti from back when it was built in 1922. This summer, there's been a long vision, but with President Trump's leadership and support of donors, they're opening a undercroft museum, which will tell a great story, hold great documents coming as part of the 250th anniversary. So 15,000 is a 50,000. There's a 50,000-foot cavern underneath the Lincoln. 15,000 will be opening as a new museum on June 23rd of this year as part of Freedom 250. And again, we've never had a president like President Trump who's cared more, invested more, or put more time and attention into everything about the mall. When he drives around to D.C. something, he calls us. We call the amazing National Park Service. They're on it. They fix it up. That's why we're fixing over 19 fountains around the city. That's why we've eliminated over 1,000 graffiti sites. Under President Trump's leadership, we've taken care of 82 homeless camps that were in the city when he was elected. Making D.C. safe and beautiful. Crime is down. Beauty is up. All because of President Trump's leadership.
So very big here. Thank you, Doug. Great job. Your people are fantastic. The whole Department of Interior, the parks, and the police. Yes. The police have been, we have a very safe city now. We didn't have a safe city when I first took the second term. It was a disaster what happened. And we now have a very safe city. People walk around, they love it. Frankly, doing this would be no good if we didn't have a safe city. But the crime, I think it's down about 88%, something like that. And Memphis too. And if you go down to New Orleans, we spent, I guess we're in the 5th month, and we have it down about 78%. It's going down to 90%. Memphis is way down. But D.C., I don't know, it's the capital. And we had a very, very terrible crime rate here. And it's down now. We're going to have it down. I think we'll get it above 92% down. We took 5,000 career criminals, people that were really, really bad. They came through the open border. I'm sure you guys love open borders. I don't think so. But they came through in the open borders. They came out of prisons and mental institutions. They came all over the place, and it is horrible what happened. They allowed this to happen to our country. But we got them out. We had 11,888 murderers allowed into our country. We got them out. We got many of them out. We're looking for quite a few. We got many of them out. And the crime rate is, as you know, the murder rate in the country is down to the lowest it's ever. It's down to, in 1900, 125 years, lowest in recorded history. And that's good. So we're very happy about that. And that goes hand in hand with fixing things up. So, as Doug said, I heard 19 or a lot about 19, maybe more than that. Lafayette Park is beautiful. I made that contribution, pretty significant contribution. And Lafayette Park is being rebuilt. We have tremendous amounts of things going on around Lincoln. I think, to me, the most exciting of all is going to be the Triumphal Arch. They're built one of the most beautiful arcs in the world. If you look at Paris, they have the Arc de Triomphe. It's their #1 tourist attraction, even more so than the Eiffel Tower. And we're going to have one that's more grand, even more grand, because that's one of I would say that's the best right now. There are 59 Triumphal Arcs throughout the world, and this will be number 60. And many of them are very old. Some are 600-700 years old. And they represented triumph, usually a victory, a military victory. But we are going to have one that's going to be, I think, superior to anybody else's. It's going to be a little bit larger, and I think a lot more beautiful. So, and that's going to start, I would say, very soon. It was supposed to be built. You know, the circle by the bridge, by the river. It's going to be, I think it's going to be something that will be so special. It's been there like that. It used to be a dirt path, and it wasn't built because of the Civil War. Civil War got in the way. The Eagles are up. They were built later, but the Eagles are up. But it hasn't been built. And people, a lot of times, they'll be going over the river, the bridge, and they'll be saying, "Why isn't this built?" And they've been saying that for way over 100 years. So you're going to have something built there. So we're really fixing up Washington, D.C. on a bigger front, even bigger front worldwide. Our military is unbelievable. They're doing an unbelievable job. We're negotiating with the Iranians. We have, you probably heard, we took our 3 destroyers and we rammed them through some pretty big stuff today, and we knocked the hell out of them. The destroyers weren't hurt in any way. People were hurt, but they were firing at us, and we were firing back at them. And our firepower was a hell of a lot stronger than theirs, and they knocked the hell out of them. They took down a lot of small boats. You know, we call them small boats or fast boats. They're both small and they're fast, with some weaponry on the front. You know, this is what. So this is now replacing the Navy. They had a Navy 159 boats. They have none. Okay? They're all at the bottom of the sea. So they replaced that with what they call a fast boat. It's a fast boat, big deal. It's fast. It's got a machine gunner in front. They've been knocked down. They knocked down quite a few of them today. Yesterday they knocked down 8. They averaged 8 a day. This is some group of people we're dealing with. So, it's very simple. Somebody said, "What's your plan?" I said, the plan is very simple. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It cannot have a nuclear bomb. And it's not going to have. And they're really at the end of the line. Really are at the end of the line. Now, unless you guys feel differently. Now, these guys, I think, will say that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Would you say? We wouldn't feel very good if they did, because this is what you're doing and all the work that you do and that we do. It wouldn't look too very good after a while with these characters. We're not going to give them the right to have a nuclear weapon. There's 0 chance. And they know that. And they've agreed to that. Let's see if they are willing to sign it. So do you have any questions?
Yes, sir. Mr. President, can you talk about your meeting with President Lula earlier? Was there anything agreed on?
I won't talk about it, but you have some of these construction workers that I love. I love because they all voted for me. I would say 100% or 99. I think 100%. I think about 100. Can we get those guys over here so they're not standing? There they are. I'll show you over there. There's no way I'm leaving you out there, fellas. So who did vote for Trump? Anybody? Thank you. We're from Oklahoma, sir. We're from Oklahoma. We just said, you agree? Iran cannot have. Yes, sir. I love that guy. Are you from Oklahoma? Yes, sir. Trump won Oklahoma 77 counties. Yes, sir. I won all 77. Right? I won it in a landslide, like the election. But you know who second was? Ronald Reagan was at 56. I was at 77. And by the way, you have a very good basketball team. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I would say try to come to one of those games. I like your basketball team. These guys are fantastic. So they're doing the job. They're working hard. And does anybody think Iran should have a nuclear weapon? So they can blow you up? It's a very important thing that we're doing, right? And oil is coming down. The stock market today is at an all-time high. You know, I was reading about doom and gloom. We had to do what we did. We took a little U-turn. We just hit the highest number in the history of our country in the stock market. I said to my people, we're going to have to take a little U-turn and go to the lovely country of Iran and blow them up a little bit, because they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. And we're not going to ruin you. These guys work so hard to make things beautiful. We're not going to let a nuclear weapon ruin it. Thank you. Are you all from Oklahoma? Yes, sir. How did that work out? They wanted super quality, right? That's right. Yes, sir. They wanted Sweet of it. He's doing a good job, Mark Wayne. You know, Mark Wayne could have been a senator for the rest of his life. Maybe could have been president. Who the hell knows? I don't recommend it. He was your senator, and he wanted to do this. He wanted to work with a man named Tom Homan, Tom, how good a president is this one? Yes, sir.
I got a question. Are you all legal?
I think that was Tom Homan, the border czar, who jokingly said, "I've got a question. Are you all legal?" to the construction workers there. It wasn't in the transcript, but that's what I heard. Anyways, we'll keep playing this.
So are you here pretty much until this gets finished?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Are you with the company, contract?
I'm with those two men behind you, yes, sir.
You got a good looking crew back there, fellas, huh? Thank you, sir.
Mr. President, you are here against the backdrop of the war in Iran. Why focus on all these projects right now?
You know why?
Okay, so this is the question. The question is, again, with the war in Iran going on, why focus on these projects right now?
Because I want to keep our country beautiful and safe. Beautiful also. The place was a disgusting place. It was Washington Monument, the Lincoln Memorial, and we had a terrible disgust. I don't know, you probably don't see dirt, but I do. And you walk down this pond, if you would have walked down, they'll tell you better than anybody. They had to take 11 or 12 truckloads of garbage out of that water. It sat there for years like that. And that's not what our country is about. Our country is about beauty, cleanliness, safety, great people, not a filthy capital.
What is the status of
That's a stupid question that you asked. We're fixing up the reflecting pond to the Lincoln Memorial, the Washington Monument, and you say, why are you fixing it up? Because you can understand dirt maybe better than I can, but I don't allow it. This is one of the worst reporters. She's with ABC Fake News, and she's a horror show. She's saying, why would you bother fixing this up? Why would I bother taking 11 or 12 truckloads of filth out of the water in front of the Lincoln Monument? That's what made our country great. Beauty made our country. People made our country great. A question like that is a disgrace to our country.
Mr. President,
I'm also with ABC News. Can I ask you about the hantavirus? Have you been briefed on the virus that hit this cruise? Can you tell us what you learned in these briefings?
Well,
Should Americans
be told everything that you already have? It's very much, we hope, under control. It was the ship, and I think we're going to make a full report about it tomorrow. We have a lot of people, a lot of great people studying it. It should be fine.
Should Americans be concerned that it's going to spread? And how are you working to get those Americans home?
Do the best we can. Yeah.
To get the Americans that are on the ship home.
Mr. President, can you detail your meeting with President Lula today? Was there anything agreed on between the two of you?
We had a great meeting with the President of Brazil. We're doing a lot of training, and we're going to do some increased training. We talked about tariffs. We talked about, they would like to have some tariff relief. But we had a very good meeting. He's a good man. He's a smart guy.
Why wasn't it open to the press?
After these strikes, is the ceasefire with Iran still on?
Yeah, it is. They trifled with us today. We blew them away. They trifled. I call that a trifle. I'll let you know when there's no ceasefire. You won't have to know. If there's no ceasefire, you're not going to have to know. You're just going to have to look at one big glow coming out of Iran. And they better sign their agreement fast.
And yes, could you give us an update on what is the latest in those talks? You said yesterday.
The talks are going very well, but they have to understand if it doesn't get signed, they're going to have a lot of pain. They're going to have a lot of pain. They want to sign it. I will tell you. They want to sign it a lot more than I do.
Have they given you some kind of official response, sir?
Would you want to hear a different tone? That's the only thing they understand. They don't understand it. We had 3 world-class destroyers go through the strait today. Any other country, under the circumstances, wouldn't have shot missiles at it and drones at it and these stupid boats that came at it. They got blown away in about 2 minutes. Their tanker got blown. You know what we did with the tanker? We didn't want to create an environment, so we shot out the rudder, and the tanker's going around, spinning around in circles. They should not have done that today. We thought they might. We didn't know, but we were prepared. They shot missiles. Every missile was knocked down. Every drone was knocked down. and the people that shot it are no longer with us.
Mr. President, there are no...
Has Iran officially responded to the one-page offer?
Well, it's more than a one-page offer. It's an offer that basically said they will not have nuclear weapons, they're going to hand us the nuclear dust, and many other things that we want.
Have they
Sir, are
that so far, Mr. President?
When they agree, it doesn't mean much, because the next day they forgot they agreed. And, we're dealing with different sets of leaders. When you talk about regime change, they keep talking about regime change. Well, we got rid of the first regime, we got rid of the second regime, we got rid of most of the third regime, and then they say, oh, is that regime change? I think it's the ultimate regime change.
How close would you say that you are to a deal right now with Iran?
Could happen any day. Could, and it might not happen, but it could happen any day. I believe they want the deal more than I do.
You're back here at home. Are you aware of the FBI raid on Virginia State Senator Luis Lucas's house yesterday? Virginia State Senator Luis Lucas, she's a Democrat. It was yesterday, not aware of it.
No. Mr. President, is your trip with China still going ahead? And which companies you have invited?
We have a very good relationship with President Xi. We've had a great economic time. China has been great for us economically, but not for other presidents. But we've done very well with China. We're going to have a meeting with President Xi. It's going to be, I think, quite amazing. He's been a friend of mine. I've gotten along with him very well over the years. We have had no problem, and we've had no problem with China and Iran. Everybody said, oh, China. We've had no problem with China.
Which companies have you invited?
Have you spoken to Secretary Rubio since his meeting with Pope Leo, and did you ask him to pass on a message to him?
I spoke to him. I just said, tell the Pope, very nicely, very respectfully, that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. So when he comes to their defense, also tell the Pope that Iran killed 42,000 innocent protesters who didn't have guns, who didn't have weapons. Tell that to the Pope.
Mr. President, there's a Christian pastor in China that's been imprisoned since October. I know that members of your administration have pushed to highlight the protection of Christians. Are you going to? His name's Ezra Jin. Are you going to press President Xi on his release?
I've heard about it, but I will certainly look into it. Yeah.
Will you press him on it?
I'll bring it up.
Sir, the Court of International Trade, just before you came over.
I've gotten a lot of people out of different countries, including China. People that were hostages or held. So we'll take a look at that, including Pastor Brunson, as you know. In that case, it was Turkey. So we've done a lot of that. I do a lot. And I don't pay $6 billion to get somebody out like Biden used to do and Obama. They give $6 billion to get some person out.
What's your reaction, sir, to the Court of International Trade's ruling against your 10% across-the-board tariffs?
Well, we were surprised. We had one very positive vote. We had two radical left judges that voted against it. So nothing surprises me with the courts. Nothing surprises me.
What happened?
So we always do it a different way. We get one ruling and we do it a different way. We're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars from tariffs, and we're taking it away from countries, frankly, that have ripped us off for years. Now they're not ripping us off anymore.
What happened with Project Freedom, Mr. President? Why was that suspended? Administration officials talking about this in the next phase of the war.
Really wonderful leadership at place. As you know, Pakistan has been fantastic, and their leaders have been fantastic. The Field Marshal and the Prime Minister. And they asked us not to do it. We'll go back to it if we have to. They asked us not to do it during the negotiation.
Are you considering maybe going back to that now that gas prices are more than $4?
Well, no, gas prices have come down today. Have you looked? They've come down very substantially today. The gas prices, you know what's happened today? Gas prices are way down, and the stock market is way up today. So gas prices have come down, and I saw today that they broke negatively. In other words, to our positive position, they broke our way very substantially. And when the war is over, gas will fall down at levels that you've never seen before. You'll be down to where you were, maybe even lower. We had it down to, I was in Iowa, and we were at 85, about 85, what did you say? Yeah, we broke it. We had numbers that nobody's seen in a long time. So you had $2 a gallon. We were down, I think, to $1.85, $1.90 in Iowa, and a lot of other places. Outside of California, where California charges such a high tax on the gasoline, when you take that tax off, but California has a tremendous, I don't know if anybody knows, California was the third largest area for oil, and you were telling me, and Chris was telling me before, we were talking about California oil. California is like an oil, it's rich with oil, but stupidly, 15, 16, 17 years ago, people stopped drilling. It was third to Texas and another state, probably Oklahoma. But when this is over, I think you're going to see oil prices drop down to the levels where they were, and maybe lower. There's a lot of oil out there, and the stock market hit a new high. Nobody thought that was possible. Stock market today, for the 59th time since I'm president, hit a new high, and people that have 401ks, you guys have 401ks? So you got to like me. Does everybody have a 401k? Because you got to like Trump if you do. 401ks, right. The 401ks are through the roof. All right.
Mr. President, why?
Look at the surface because I
Mr.
like
President,
the surface better.
why haven't you endorsed either John Cornyn or Ken Paxton
I'll
in
make
the
a decision. Yeah, I'll make a decision.
When will you make your decision?
Maybe relatively soon.
Would you consider curbs on oil exports at all? Sir, would you consider export curbs on oil or jet fuel if supplies get tight in the U.S.?
We don't need them. And we have tremendous amounts of oil. We are not suffering oil. And again, ships are coming all the way where they used to go to Hormuz. They're coming all the way up. We have hundreds of ships coming up to Texas, coming up to Louisiana, and coming to Alaska, filling up, and they're going back and making a lot of money.
Former Mr. President, on another project, you have repeatedly said that taxpayers would not pay for the ballroom at the White House. Why should taxpayers now be on the hook for $1 billion for that project? And Secretary Mullen,
many
too.
other projects. That's for projects having to do with safety that's in a certain section of the White House grounds. That's not all for the ballroom. And we're putting up $400 million to do the ballroom section of the ballroom. We are putting that up privately. I am doing it along with other patriots that love our country. But they want to do certain things militarily with respect to the ballroom, having nothing to do with us, or having to do with the safety of the president. So having to do with a lot of things. But we are going to have a safe ballroom. It's under construction. It's ahead of schedule. It's right on budget. It would be $300 to $400 million that we're putting up. And a lot of that money will be going to safety also. But the House approved, or the Senate approved, I guess, or they're going to looking at approving. I don't know if it got approved yet, but they're talking about putting up a certain amount of money having to do with security at the White House and the East Wing. Yeah.
Will you commit to publicly releasing the amount of money that the private donors have given to the ballroom?
Well, I have no problem with it. You're not supposed to because it's done under a way where you don't have to do that. But I have no problem. They're unbelievable people. These are great patriots. They're putting up, it's the only place in the world you can give a $400 million ballroom. You put up the money, and they're unhappy with it. They think the taxpayers should pay for it. So this will be the most beautiful ballroom anywhere in the world, and it'll be the safest ballroom by far anywhere in the world. And you won't have a fiasco like you did Saturday night 2 weeks ago.
Are you expected to have the Qatari jet by July 4th?
By July 4th, yeah, we think we're going to have it. Yeah, we do think we're going to have it. Thank you very much for the question.
Thank you. Thank you, press.
All right, so there we go. We got to hear from President Trump. You heard him talk some about Iran. He said he thinks Iran wants a deal more than he does. So there, we got to hear from him. Bonus question and answer session outdoors. So I'm glad we got to hear that. We'll take a couple comments here. By the way, quick thank you to Twin Life. Thank you so much, Twin Life, who said, why did Israel get Venezuela oil first? I'm not sure what you're referring to. Well, I saw a report from February that Venezuela had begun shipping crude oil to Israel for the first time in years. That was back in February. Bloomberg said Israel doesn't advertise where it gets its crude oil from. And tankers have sometimes disappeared from digital tracking systems once they near Israel's ports. Thank you, Twin Life. Thank you also, Jeff TE88PFCR, who says, outstanding job, Mr. President. He claimed that gas had gone down today. I hadn't seen that. I can tell you that according to AAA, the country's average gas price right now is $4.55 and 8/10. 4.558. 4.55 and 8/10. That's according to, and yesterday it was 4.53, and today it's 4.55. That's according to AAA. Thanks to John Deeds, by the way. Oh, I owe John Deeds a thanks. Cody on Wheels thinks he didn't say anything that crazy. He speaks with optimism, and I like that. President Trump said he called their strikes a trifle today when he was just talking in that press appearance. He said, they trifled with us today. We blew them away. They trifled. I call that a trifle. All right, I think we are, hold on, let me just check a couple of things here. All right, I think we're getting close here, guys. I think we are getting close here. Darth Tater sent me something. I didn't see this. There's a video. Aaron Rupar claimed that Trump appeared to call Rachel Scott the B word as he finished taking questions. I haven't even seen the video. I'm looking at it right now. I don't know. I couldn't hear anything on our audio, but it wasn't the greatest sound quality on our audio of that. Hold on. I can post a link if you want to check the video. Hold on. I just tried watching the clip and I couldn't hear anything. So I'll post a link in the chat if you want to try to watch. I couldn't really hear what he was saying at the end when he turned away toward his car. But he did tell Rachel Scott, as she posted, that she said that she asked him, why focus on these projects now amid the backdrop of the war in Iran and as gas prices are soaring? And he said the question was stupid, and the question was a disgrace to the country. one of our viewers mentioned, a couple of our viewers mentioned Canvas really quick. Cyber attack hits Canvas system used by thousands of schools as finals loom. A system that thousands of schools and universities used was offline Thursday during a cyber attack, creating chaos as students tried to study for finals and underscoring education's dependence on technology. The hacking group named Shiny Hunters claimed responsibility for the breach at Instructure, the company behind the learning management system Canvas. Infrastructure did not immediately respond to a request for comment or questions about whether the system was taken down as a precaution or because the hackers knocked it offline. Canvas is used to manage grades, course notes, assignments, lecture videos, and more. The hacking group posted online that nearly 9,000 schools worldwide were affected, with billions of private messages and other records accessed. Screenshots provided by a threat analyst at the cybersecurity firm Emisoft showed the group began threatening Sunday to leak the trove of data, giving deadlines of Thursday and May 12th. Connolly said, the later date indicates that discussions regarding extortion payments may be ongoing. Connolly described Shiny Hunters as a loose affiliation of teenagers and young adults based in the US and the UK. The student newspaper of Harvard, Harvard Crimson, said Canvas was down at Harvard. I'll have to keep an eye on that. The Duke School newspaper says Duke is among the schools impacted. Excuse me. The Duke newspaper said the hacker message instructed affected schools or Instructure, which operates Canvas, to consult with a cyber advisory firm and contact the hackers to negotiate a settlement to prevent the release of data. It said they have until the end of the day, May 12th, before everything is leaked. Thanks for mentioning that. I'll have to keep an eye on that. Our viewer Veldstra claims that Shiny Hunters hacked Odido in the Netherlands, and the information appeared online. I'm seeing online that the hacker group Shiny Hunters breached the Dutch telecom provider Odido in February 2026, exposing the personal data of 6.5 million customers and 600,000 companies. After Odido refused to pay a ransom, seven-figure ransom, the hackers leaked the data on the dark web. That's according to UpGuard via Gemini AI. Mama Cat says, I'm a professor at a college. We use D2L, but it's similar to Canvas. Anyways, I think we're getting close to that time. guys. But We came on the air to cover the developments with Iran. I'm not hearing a lot new at the moment, but who knows what's going to happen next. But I really appreciate you guys coming here for the stream. Oh, hold on a second here. I was going to post I saw it posted online. Hold on. A screenshot, apparently, of one of the schools. Hold on a second here. A screenshot of I'll have to post this later, maybe, of the Shiny Hunters message about Canvas that is appearing when people try to use Canvas. Anyways, I'm going to worry about that later. I'm going to worry about that when I get off the air. But I really appreciate you guys being here for the stream, and I will keep an eye out for more updates. And when there's big news, we will come on the air again about this, about Iran or other stories. So thank you for being here, and what was I going to say? I will post updates on my X account, which is @Lookner. You can follow me for updates there on X, breaking news updates. And subscribe and follow the channel if you want Agenda-Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. I really appreciate people watching today. And also a lot of people have been sending me updates and updating me in the chat about what they're hearing. And oil is actually down a little bit since we last checked, in case you were wondering. Just to show you one more time via TradingView, tradingview.com. Right now, I am seeing WTI US oil at about 96 and Brent crude at about 101.5. Down a little bit from maybe an hour or two ago. Let's see. But I really appreciate you guys letting me read your comments on the air and sending me updates and posting in the chat and watching the video. Let's thank our but I would recommend turn on the notifications for the channel so you know when we're going live, because I never know when I'm going to be rushing on the air like today to cover some new breaking news. But you can get a notification whenever we go live in advance, because we have our own notification system. We do it through Discord. It's a free notification system. You sign up once and you get a notification every time. It works great. The mods will post a link to the notifications in the chat. I got to thank the mods again. I haven't thanked the mods in a while. Sorry, mods. I will thank you in a second. But the mods will post a link to the notifications in the chat, and you can also find the notifications link on YouTube and Facebook in the description of this video. So sign up for the notifications. And let's see. What else was I going to mention? Oh, huge thanks to our moderators for being here today. You guys are awesome. A lot of people in the chat today, and our moderators are the ones who allow us to have chat rooms and keep things under control there. Haley Girl, Ruth, Leslie, Lady Hawk over there on YouTube, all moderating, and all of our other moderators who have been there. Oh, by the way, thanks to Mitchell Pilot. Or is it Mitchell? I said, yeah, it's not me. Thanks to Mitchell Pilot, but also Mitchell Throckmorton. I'm going to get to Mitchell's message in a moment. Hold on a second, Mitchell. Hold that thought. But thanks to our moderators, Ruth, Haley Girl, and over on YouTube, and I'm already forgetting somebody I mentioned before, Leslie Lady Hawk. Also on Twitch, Idaho Star. I got that Fire Surly Dev, and all of our other Twitch moderators. Huge thank you. And I don't think I ever closed the poll on Facebook from like 3 hours ago. I apologize for that. My fault. Kay Lowry Body, Andrea Holder, and Shannon Davis Hughes, all of our Facebook mods, Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. Huge thanks to all of our moderators. Thank you so much. And hey, also, thanks to everybody who supported the channel today. That's really nice of you guys. That's what allows the channel to exist, is your support. So thank you so much. I need to thank Mitchell Throckmorton, who says, I still can't log into my Canvas portal. If you use Canvas, change your passwords. That's what Mitchell thinks, especially if it's the same password used for other portals like Workday or financial portals. I hope you can access Canvas soon. Mitchell Throckmorton, thanks for your support. And did I thank Twin Life? I think I did. Yes. Thank you, Twin Life. And thanks to everybody else for your support today. Very much appreciated. And let's see. I also wanted to mention... another good way to find out when we're live, if you're on X, follow us on X at Agenda Free TV. I always post there before we go live, give you a heads up. And I also post updates about the channel there at Agenda Free TV. We do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not live for free. Our Discord chat, a bunch of our viewers like doing that. Check it out if you want. It's the same link as the free notifications link. And also, if you're on YouTube and watching us, sorry for the weird thing on YouTube today. Just a weird issue with YouTube where it wasn't showing the channel as live. See, it should say live. That should say live. And for whatever reason, we're live on YouTube. You can search and you can find the broadcast if you search for it. For whatever reason on the homepage, it's not saying live. Anyways, so I don't know why that's happening. But YouTube knows about it. I messaged them about it. Hopefully that gets fixed. But if you do watch us on YouTube, I would suggest turn on the YouTube notifications as another way to find out when we're live. Or at least normally you find out that way. I don't even know if YouTube sent out a notification today. Sometimes that happens. I don't even know. Did they send it out? Let's see. I don't even see it. I don't even think they sent out a notification today, YouTube. Normally they do. Vanilla Coke says they did. I didn't get one. I don't think I got one. Normally I sign up for my own notifications. I don't think I got one. Well, whatever. Some people got it, I guess. Some people said they got it. Anyways, that aside, if you're on YouTube, I would sign up for the notifications. If you want to make sure you get the notifications from YouTube when we're going live, subscribe to the channel and click the bell and choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, click the bell and choose all notifications. Oh, Mitchell Pilot is Mitchell Throckmorton. Okay, I was wondering, Mitchell. I thought that was a similar picture to before. Hey, thanks, Mitchell Pilot, who is also Mitchell Throckmorton. I appreciate that. And Sonny Bronze, thanks for being a member, Sonny Bronze. Hey, a huge thanks to our Facebook subscribers who support the channel, hold on a second, Robert Rial II and Brian Davio, Barry Eisler, Dolly Clark, Diane Allworth, Kay Lowry Body. Thank you to all of our... Oops, I owed some thanks from today. Brian, and thanks for the Facebook stars. Brian Davio, Karen Horvat, I think, Kenny Blunt, and Christy Gagnon. I got to thank them after, too. Thanks for the Facebook stars, and thanks to all of our Facebook subscribers. And our Twitch subscribers, people like Uncle Fester, Glue Man, Wisco Joe, Tuna, Cece, Seed Music, Constel Industries, Beatnik Bandit, Age Alperer, thanks for being a subscriber. Susan CHF, Seed Music, Atomic Farting, Soapy Jones, Justin D. Winters. Thank you. Space Turkey, GPT Trading, Larry Fowl, My Mind Spray, Wall Street Shaggy, Chi-Town Bear, Semaphore. Thanks for being subscribers. I think I'm missing some others. Sandy Doggo, thank you. Who else did I miss? Gina Pina. Thank you. Midtown Mike. Thanks to all of our Slippy313. Thanks to all of our subscribers over on Twitch. And our YouTube members. Thank you to our YouTube members. People like John Flick, Evelyn in Maine, CAC813, Truth WSYF, Deadwing, Bernard Tapey, Berry, Real GK Barton, Eric Johnson, October Betty, Eric, and CAC813, Jess C Video, thanks for being members. Patricia Grace, Storm Laughter. Try to thank the members and the subscribers earlier next broadcast. Sorry about that. I was busy today. Big Bird, Steve D Printing, thanks for being members. Stacy TW, German Shepherd Girl Taylor, Bernard Tapey, Paula Faust, Tim D Lawson, all of our other members over there, Sunny Bronze, Sausage, Storm Laughter. Thank you, Kyle Hamill, for watching. Oh, that's weird. What is this? Oh, wait, I don't know what that means. That is true. I will say this. I'd seen this, one of our viewers just mentioned this. It is true that on the home page, it doesn't say live here like it normally would, and it doesn't say live on the home page like it normally would. But if you go to live streams, it is there. You can see it is there on the live stream is there. It's just, it's not displaying properly on the home page, and the avatar is not showing it like I should. But you can, yes, when you go to lives, the live tab, it is there. Very strange. Hopefully they can fix that. Oh, hold on. I'll take a screenshot of that. YouTube actually just messaged me, said they're looking into it. I don't know what happens. Hopefully it's just a one-time thing. I hope. I haven't heard about it happening before. Thanks, Factory Rejects, for watching. Recovering Rump Addict. And Mr. Jack, thanks for watching. Gamoff 5, thanks for watching. All right, we got to wrap this up. We're wrapping it up. Melissa Terry, thanks for watching on Facebook. Michelle Batten, thanks for watching. Brian Shy, thanks. All right, guys. Darren Charlo, we're wrapping this up. We're wrapping it up. Oh, thanks so much to Scott Bedwell. Scott says, I got a YouTube notification. Well, it's good that some people got them. Thank you, Scott Bedwell. Dr. McRib and Teresa, thanks for being members. Moose3, thanks for watching. It is time. Patricia Canada, thanks for being a member as well. All right, I'll keep an eye on things, guys. If there's big developments, we'll come back on the air. All right. So that is it for now. You've been watching our live coverage of the hostilities in the Strait of Hormuz today. Wow. That is it for now. Thanks for watching. We'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.